is present, all council present, jury and also present. Good morning. I want to thank you for your patience. I know we're starting a little late. I did, as Esther I'm sure told you, had no matter I had to handle. Yet she brought in bagels. Thank you, Esther. So I hope at least those are enjoyable. I saw the way she eats a bagel. She eats it like a sandwich, which is okay. You like to get globs of cream cheese on it. You can't do it that way. And so, yeah, I don't understand that. But in any event, Mr. Baker, you're still under oath, and you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Baker.
Good morning.
We broke off yesterday. I believe you were talking about your relationship with Monica Sementilli and some of the friends you had. At various times, did you travel to Las Vegas with any of your friends?
Yes.
And on some of those occasions, was Monica with you?
No, I think she just went with me when we went.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, just with me,
with
yeah.
you?
Yeah, just with me, no.
Okay.
I thought you meant with friends.
But we've shown photographs of you with her and friends of yours, Ray, Susan, Ron Ray, and so forth. Did you have social gatherings with her and them at the in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Was this, as far as you know, not known to her husband or family?
Correct.
Okay. How many times would you say you went to Las Vegas with her?
I think just twice.
Who paid for it?
I think I paid for once, and then she took me for my birthday the next time.
And did you have dinner with any of your friends there?
On the birthday, yes.
Let me show you some pictures, Mr. Baker. Let me know if you know any of them. This is Exhibit 62. Do you know that individual?
I do.
Who is that?
It's Sheila.
You know her last name?
It's a weird last name. Selena, something like that.
Okay. And did Sheila have a boyfriend or husband?
She had a boyfriend.
And now I'm showing you another picture of a male. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Ricardo.
Okay. Is that her husband?
That was the guy she was dating.
Okay. And did you ever see them in Las Vegas?
Yes.
With
Yes.
With Monica?
Yes.
Was there any conversation with them about you and Monica, about you marrying her or going off with her or anything like that?
It was brought up.
Who brought it up?
That I don't remember. It may have been them probably because they were into that kind of thing.
And what was your response?
I was kind of paying attention and just listening, and I could tell that Monica didn't want to really talk about it, so I stayed away from it.
Okay. Did you ever tell any of them that you planned to run off with Monica or kill her husband or anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
When did you first think in your mind, or start planning, if you would, that you might intend to kill Monica Sementilli's husband, Fabio?
It was kind of an abstract idea. I don't know, like in middle of 16, but it wasn't even really a serious thought. It was just like what if it comes to this type of thing in my head? What if it comes to that type of thing? And I kind of blew it off. Okay.
And at some point, I assume you started thinking about it again.
Yeah, correct.
Can you tell us approximately when that might have been?
I don't know, maybe September, I don't know, August, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think about that either, but it was like September, August.
Okay. Did you share your plans or even thoughts with anybody else?
No. It wasn't a plan that was etched in stone at all.
You knew an individual by the name of Alfred Birdsong, is that right?
Yes.
And did you plan to kill Fabio Sementilli with Alfred Birdsong involved?
Correct. Correct.
Without him involved?
Without him involved.
Did you ever tell him about it?
No.
To your mind, as far as you were involved, when was he first advised that you had committed that murder, if you know? Did you ever tell him?
I never told him anything directly.
Okay. But you would see him in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Did you ever arrange some kind of a sexual threesome, if you would, between Mr. Birdsong and Monica and yourself?
I didn't arrange anything.
Do you know if that occurred?
Not that I know. Not around me. It didn't.
Do you know if they had sex together?
Don't know that either.
Okay. What about Mr. Austin? When did you tell me a little bit about?
No sex with Mr. Austin.
No. Okay. When did you first meet Mr. Austin?
You mean in my life or when? What do you mean?
Well, let's start briefly in your life.
First time I met him, he was a baby.
Okay. Did your families grow up together, basically?
Yes.
And that was what state?
In North Carolina.
Okay. Was he in the armed services as well?
No.
Did you have any kind of special relationship with Mr. Austin when he was growing up and you were growing up?
Actually, I used to be best friends with his. I'm best friends with his father.
Okay. So his father. What about your father? Was he friends with Mr. Austin's father, or just you?
Just me. Just me.
And are you older than Mr. Austin?
You mean his father?
Age.
His father?
Well, the young one, Christopher.
Oh yeah, by far.
Father, I assume, was older than you.
No, he was a year older than me. We went to school together.
You and the father?
Yeah.
So did you have a special relationship?
With me and the father?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. He was my best friend.
Okay. And did that carry over to his son, Christopher?
Yeah.
Christopher have a special name for you?
Unc.
Unc?
Yeah.
Like uncle?
Yeah. Short for uncle.
And did you remain Unc and Unc to him for many years?
Yes.
When you came out to Los Angeles, did Mr. Austin, Christopher, follow you?
Yeah, he did.
So he was living in Los Angeles around the time you were?
No, he came later afterwards.
And when he came out to you, did your relationship continue?
Yes.
Did you work with him or assist him in getting work?
Well, he worked with me. He helped me do what I needed to get done, and he also took a part-time job at the same time to gain extra money.
What work did he do for you?
He ran errands. He took care of things. He did the groundwork because most of the time I stayed in the office. I'm on the phone all day, so he did the stuff I couldn't do.
He was like an assistant?
Yeah.
And did he remain in Los Angeles the entire time through the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
No. He left in 2008. He had to go take care of some family matters.
And where did he go?
He went to Alaska.
And that's where he had his family?
That's where that's where his family was. Part of it.
And did he ever come down from Alaska to be with you or go on a vacation with you or
All the
anything of
time.
that nature?
Yeah, all the time.
You go to Las Vegas?
Went to Vegas all the time too. Yeah.
Did you introduce him to Monica?
I'm murky on that. I think I introduced him at the gym. I think, but it wasn't intentional.
Okay. So he had come to the gym as well?
Right.
But on a vacation?
Right.
Okay. Did he always live in, where did he live in Alaska?
I don't know.
Anchorage?
Yeah, or the city, yeah. City of Anchorage.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with him?
All the time.
Let me get, if I may at this time, to the murder of Fabio Sementilli. When did that thought become more than just a thought in your mind? When did you start thinking that you might do that?
Around the holidays.
Christmas holidays?
Yeah.
That would be 2016.
Yes.
And did the Christmas holidays have some effect on you that
It was sort of,
Convinced you that you thought you might do this?
it was a tipping point, yeah.
And can you tell us why?
Well, up to that point, I had been seeing Monica a lot, on and off, and it had been good. I guess Fabio was staying home a lot, so that means I was limited to seeing her a lot. And
Why was that? Was she with the family?
Right, she was with the family. She couldn't get to the phone. I couldn't see her, and it played a little number on me, and it was bad because I would want to talk to her and see her, and it just wasn't happening, and it was, I can't, and it was that type of thing.
So how were you spending your time during the Christmas holidays that year?
Well, I stayed in L.A. for a little bit, but I went to Vegas, I believe, for Thanksgiving. I can't remember, but I know I went to Vegas for a short time and wind up coming back to L.A.
Did you discuss these plans with anybody else?
At that point, no.
Okay. At some point, did you enlist the assistance of someone, or ask someone?
Eventually, I had kind of put it out to test Chris, to test him to see if he would. I needed someone to do this, so I could create an alibi.
You needed someone to do what?
If I was going to do this, if I was going to do this to this man, I needed somebody to do this to create an alibi. I need someone to kill him, so I can create an alibi.
And the individual you selected was who?
Somebody I trusted, which was Chris.
Was there anyone you trusted more?
No.
Was he loyal to you?
Yeah.
You thought he would do this just because you asked him?
Yeah, but he knew there was going to be some kind of perk. I'm not going to just, I'm not going to just ask him to do something and not.
Had you committed any criminal acts with Mr. Austin before?
No.
So give us a time frame we're talking about now. Still Christmas?
It's around Christmas. Yeah, Christmas, when I really wanted to pull the trigger. I kind of talked to him about it in October, maybe September. I kind of discussed it with him just to feel it out.
And what was your goal? Your ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal was to be with her. That's the ultimate goal.
Well, you were with her already.
Eventually on a permanent basis. It may have taken 2-3 years, but eventually on that type of scale.
Did you ever think of convincing her to divorce her husband and marrying you?
We talked about it, but that wasn't going to happen. I could see that.
Were you concerned she might go back to her husband?
That was always a possibility.
You wanted her for yourself?
I wanted her for myself. Yeah. I wanted to be happy.
Okay. So when would you say you seriously decided that you were going to do this?
In January.
Right. And did you enlist Mr. Austin?
I did. I asked him, I needed you to come down. And
where was he living now?
He was still in Alaska.
Okay. And when you said, I need you to come down, tell us what you said to him and how.
I didn't. I just told him, I need you to come down. I need to talk to you. I wasn't talking over the phone. I wasn't texting or any of that.
Right. Did he have a birthday around that time?
He did.
When was that?
I think it was the 20th or something like that.
Of January?
I think it was somewhere around there. I forgot it was when it was.
So did you have him come down?
I did.
And when did you first see him when he came down?
I don't remember the dates. I don't have any of that stuff in front of me.
Well, let's use the date as a marker of January 23rd, which was the date of the murder. You know that?
I'm going to take your word for it, yeah.
Okay, 2017. How long before then did Mr. Austin come down to Los Angeles?
I think it was like days.
Days?
Yeah, I think it was days.
Okay. And how did he come down, if you know?
He flew down.
Pardon?
He flew down.
Okay. Did he get his own tickets, or did you arrange for his tickets? How'd that work?
I let him arrange for his tickets.
Schedule the flights?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how he was coming down, and what airlines, and whether he was flying direct or not?
I did. I know everything.
How was he coming down?
through the airlines. I mean, I can't remember the details.
Okay.
I don't have all that stuff.
But I'm saying, did you buy the tickets or did he?
He bought the tickets.
Who paid for them?
He bought them, but I got him the money.
How'd you get him the money?
I usually gave him a spare credit card I always had, and I let him pull the money out of a ATM.
So when you say a spare credit card, was this a legitimate card in your
Yeah.
name or someone else's name?
It was mine.
And it was just a card you used for special occasions or something?
Right. It was like a I forget the name of it, but it's been so long ago. It wasn't my direct credit card. It was one you can get for special purchases, like for online stuff and stuff like that.
Okay, but a legitimate card.
Yes.
And how would he use your credit card if you know?
I don't know that. I mean, I'm sure he pulled money out of an ATM. I'm sure that's how he did it.
So you had to get him the card, I assume, or a password or something.
Right. I sent him the card and give him the information, and he does what he wants with it. So if he ever needed money, period, whether it was for that or anything else, he could pull it.
He was that close to you?
Yes.
Had you on prior occasions, or had he on prior occasions borrowed or taken money from you to use from that credit card?
I don't remember. Because I always gave him money when I see him.
But was it always at your direction you would give, or did he just do it on his own, or do you remember?
If he wanted to, he could have done it on his own.
Did he take advantage of that?
I don't know. He might have. I didn't pay attention to the records like that.
Well, it was your money.
Yeah, no. I didn't pay attention like that.
All right. In any event, he came down on a ticket purchased by you or repaid by you, correct?
Right. Well, by the money I gave him.
And then what was the plan at that point?
Pick him up
Where?
at the airport,
LAX?
LAX airport, come back, and then give him an idea of the plan.
Okay.
Well, actually let him know what I had planned and substantiate it, and then try to figure out how the best way to do it.
Did he come down?
He did come down.
And was it Monday, Sunday, Saturday, if you recall?
I don't remember. I don't really remember.
Okay.
Whatever is said on the itinerary is the day it came down.
How many days before the murder?
I don't know the day. I don't know what day he came down.
A few days, a week, a month?
Yeah, a few days.
Was that around his birthday?
Was his birthday? I don't know. I don't.
Your Honor, to all of this is being speculative.
It's overruled.
Well,
So-
let me find out. All right, the murder took place on January 24th. His birthday,
Objection misstates the evidence.
It does.
23rd, I'm sorry. January 23rd, his birthday, is it January 20th sound correct to you?
Yeah, sounds right.
Okay. So did he come down on the 20th?
He was there on the 20th. Yeah.
At the airport?
He was already there at the 20th. I'm sure.
Okay.
Because I remember taking him out on his birthday, and I also remember telling him one of the other reasons why I brought him down. I was opening another business. I was getting ready to open another business because I had one already, and I was getting ready to do another one.
Okay.
So I was going to talk to him about that, about him coming down. Also, that was all part of it. It was the whole package, the whole thing.
Did you pick him up?
I did.
Where'd you take him?
I believe I went straight back to the house or to the apartment.
Okay. And when did you first discuss with him what your intentions were?
When I was bringing him from the airport to the apartment, because it was safe to talk him to with the truck. It was safer to talk about it.
Okay, what'd you tell him?
I just basically said I said I think I want to go ahead and get this thing going. I told him because I thought about it. We had talked that if I ever needed you for something like this, I might need you. And he said, just whenever you need me, Unc, that type of thing. So I said I might need you for something like this, and it would be. It was regarding this. I said I don't have a plan yet because I just need to get this done.
And when you say get this done, what'd you tell him you wanted to get done?
That I I needed to kill it. I wanted to get rid of this guy. I just told him I wanted to get rid of this guy.
Did you tell him why?
Yeah. I told him I wanted, I mean, he knew why, because I had told him when I had told Bird and him when we had talked earlier that year that I was in a relationship with her. They know that she's the only one I was in a relationship with. They know that, so they know it had to be this guy. He knew he had to be that guy.
Austin.
Yes, he knew that had to be him because I was only seeing Monica. That was it.
Now, he came down on the 22nd, the records show, of January.
I don't know the dates because I don't have any of this information.
But my question is, when did you tell him that you were going to kill Fabio Sementilli?
For sure, it was whenever he arrived that day, whatever day that was.
And when you told him that, what was his response?
He was quiet. He just listened. He just listened.
Did he agree? Did he say no? Did he say anything?
No, he just listened. He didn't agree. He didn't say. He just listened.
Okay. And what did you tell him, if anything, his role was going to be in the murder?
Well, he knew that I couldn't be around. That was the general idea, that I couldn't be around in order to make this thing work the way I kind of wanted it to work.
You needed an alibi?
Yeah. So I couldn't be around. So he knew that he would have to pull this thing off, and I would try to figure this out during that time span.
Right. How was he supposed to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Well, a gun was out of the question because it's too loud. And figured the best way to use was a knife.
What kind of knife was used?
It's kind of a small one, maybe 8-inch knife.
And whose knife was that?
That one was the one I had. I've had the whole time.
Is that the knife, or did you give the knife to him to use to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
When did you give it to him?
The night we tried to put the plan into action was the night I actually gave it to him.
Okay.
But I've had the knife for a while.
And did you have another knife?
No, that was the only one I had for that time.
Okay. He was staying at your house?
Stayed in my apartment.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened?
I needed to figure out a time where he would be isolated, when Fabio would be isolated. So I needed to know a time.
Were you in communication with Monica during this time period?
Regarding this, no, but I'm always talking to Monica, especially if he's moving around. She usually calls me or texts me, "Hey, I got a few minutes just to say hello," that type of thing.
Did you use that to try to determine where Fabio was?
I always did that.
Did you stalk her?
Did I stalk her?
Yeah.
I don't know. What does that mean?
Well, you're always driving around her or knowing where she was or trying to find out?
No, nothing like that.
But would she tell you where Fabio was each day?
Well, if she's texting me or calling me, that means that she has free time. So she would always tell me, I'm by myself or whatever the case may be.
Would she do that on Viber or regular text message?
It was always Viber.
Always Viber?
Yeah, we always Viber. We always Vibe.
So you have Mr. Austin down. He's going to assist you. Did he know? Did you tell him he was going to do it alone and you were going to create an alibi for yourself?
He knew that.
Did he ever refuse?
No.
You never got up and just left, went away?
No.
Okay.
Well, no.
What's the next thing that happened?
Where do we leave off at? I'm lost.
Well,
at the apartment, right?
You're at the apartment. Was the plan put into effect?
Well, again, waited for an opportunity.
Okay, did that opportunity come?
The opportunity came in the form of text, how you doing, babe, or something like that. And it was usually when that happens, either he's getting ready to go somewhere or he's gone already, because she's never going to text me or call me usually if he's around or he's in the house. It's never going to happen.
All right. So what did you find out about his whereabouts?
She said he's getting ready to go. He's getting ready to go pick up some Chinese food or something like that, Asian food. So
Had you known him from her to do that before?
we'll go where?
Pick up Chinese food?
Oh yeah. Well, she says they go to 2 different places. It was one place. There was 2 places on Ventura that they always go to.
What were their names, if you remember?
I just know where one of them is. I just know where they are. I don't exactly know their names.
Where are they?
One is like in Encino, and the other one is in like near Woodland Hills. Off of. It's weird because I just know where they are. I just don't know the addresses. It's been 8 years. I don't know where any of this stuff is anymore.
Okay. And which one did she say he was going to go to?
The one closer to Encino.
Okay. Well, they live in Tarzana.
Who lives in Tarzana?
The Sementillis.
Oh, I thought they lived in Woodland Hills. I don't know. I just know again.
You know streets?
Huh?
You know streets?
Do I know the streets?
Yeah.
Well,
Ventura Boulevard.
yeah, I know that the main one. It's like when you go a certain route the same way over and over again. You tend to know the way, but don't know the addresses sometimes. That was one of those things.
So did you end up going to the restaurant where she said he was going to be?
Exactly.
Did you tell her what you were going to do?
Well, she didn't tell me where she didn't tell me where he was going to be. She just mentioned where he was going, and so I had to get there. She said he's getting ready to pick it up. He was getting ready to go there. So we were already kind of ready to go, based on if anything came up.
All right. Did you tell her what you were going to do?
No.
You just wanted to see her.
That day, no. I don't want to see her that day at all. This was nighttime.
Okay. So this is how you found out where he was going to be.
Correct.
Did you have Mr. Austin with you?
Yes.
Did you go there?
I did. My plan was, because he was ready, and the plan was to drop him off.
Mr. Austin?
Yep. And I'm leaving phones. I'm leaving phones at the apartment.
Why?
Well, not only because they can ping him eventually to find out, and there might be some way to track it eventually. So if I leave it there, there's my alibi. I make sure that I was seen right before I left, and maybe catch the neighbors or something so they could see me, and then hurry up and went down there because it wasn't very far away.
Do you remember where it was?
Off Ventura Boulevard.
Okay.
Down near Encino somewhere.
All right. And did you go there with Mr. Austin?
I did. I dropped him off.
What happened?
Dropped him off. Left him with the knife. He knew the kind of car he was going to take because he always drives that Porsche. And I showed him what he looked like online, so he knew what he looked like because he never met him. And then after that, he said he's going to just basically said he was going to get it done, and I rolled away to make sure I stayed out of view of cameras and stuff like that best I could.
Were you able to see where he went or what he did?
No.
He was going to kill Fabio Sementilli.
Well, that was the thought.
All right. Did he come back? He came back.
No, he called me because we had burner phones. He told me where he was.
Where was he?
Someplace in the back road, some back road somewhere. So when I went to go pick him up, he told me he couldn't do it.
Is that the first time you learned that he had not gone through with the plan?
That was it.
Okay. So did you return to your home?
We did.
All right. What's the next thing you did in terms of trying to carry out your plan?
Well, the next thought I came up with, I'm like, well, now he's involved with this, and if I did this thing in the future, he knows that I try to do this. So whatever happens, I can't let him go without nothing. I have
he had to be included in the plan
somehow, because I needed to make sure if this thing ever happens somehow in the future, he would keep this with him and he wouldn't tell a soul.
Because he was involved.
He's now involved, and he knew that if something happened, to Fabio, that even if he wasn't there, chances are it was me, and he would know about it. So I had to include him, no matter how it happened.
You didn't trust him not to turn you in?
Not if you fail.
Okay. So, did he stay overnight?
He stayed overnight. He stayed until the next opportunity came, because I knew I had a couple of days before he would go back to Alaska. Now, mind you, I did talk to him about the other stuff too, about the business stuff, because that was part of it also.
The
So we were
business-
talking about that.
The business stuff you wanted him to join you
Yeah,
in?
yeah.
Okay. So when did the next opportunity come?
That, I guess the 23rd would be the day, would be the next opportunity. It came up again.
Next day? Was it the next day?
No, I think it was like 2 days later or something like that.
Do you have a clear memory 8 years later now of the dates and the times and so forth?
No, not really. I just know what happened for the most part. I'm not clear on the dates. I just know the 23rd, which you guys tell me.
Okay. And how did that play out?
So on the 23rd,
Did you know what day of the week, or remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was a Monday.
Okay,
I
so
believe it was a
a
Monday.
work day.
Yeah, it was a work day. I believe it was a Monday.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
And did you find out anything that day about Fabio?
Well, yes, I did.
What?
So that morning, I get a text, and it was asking, "What are you doing?" And it was Monica texting me. And I'm like, she goes, "I got a little bit of time. I'm going to the gym. I got some time to go to the gym." So she goes, "You want to get some racquetball in?" So I'm like, "Sure." So I'm not. There's no plan right now or nothing like that for what's going on. So I meet her at the gym. We start playing racquetball, and she tells me about her day. And she always does that. She tells me about her day all the time. It was a ritual. And she was just saying that she was gonna go, if I remember right, she was gonna go buy food, go take her daughter, or pick her daughter up from school. Pick her daughter up from school later that night or that evening, and just let me know her day. So in my mind, I'm listening to everything as she's telling me her day, and I'm kind of putting together that. Let's back up a little bit more. So during this time frame,
I'm going to object. At this point, it's a narrative.
It is.
All right, tell me the next thing that happened after you found out that she was going to be out of the house. Did you know where Fabio was?
yes,
How did you find that out?
because he hadn't left the house the
Who
entire
told you
week.
that?
Huh?
Who told you that?
She did.
She told
'Cause
you he was staying home that day?
No, she said he was just staying home. Period.
Okay. Did she tell you why?
No.
Okay.
She said she was staying home. He's been home.
Okay. Then what?
I don't want to get into a narrative again, so I'm scared to answer the question.
Okay. Did you go to the gym?
I did go to the gym.
And did you see anyone there?
I met with her. She was there.
Okay.
And we started playing racquetball. After we had the discussion, we started playing racquetball.
Did you tell her anything about the plans you had to kill her husband?
Absolutely not.
Where was Mr. Austin?
He was in the apartment.
Waiting.
Yes.
Did you play racquetball with Monica?
Him to play racquetball? No, just
No,
me.
did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did anything happen unusual while you were playing?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Well, she usually hits me all the time when we play racquetball.
On purpose?
No, she just hits me because she was just learning, so I'm getting hit all the time. And she hit me with the ball and all kind of stuff. That day, she hit me with a racket and injured me
Where'd she hit you?
in my hand.
Okay. How bad was it?
It hurt. It hurt bad. It hurt enough to bleed. It bled a lot.
Did you let anybody know there at the racquetball place that you had been injured?
No, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. I mean, they might have saw it. I wasn't paying attention.
Did you continue playing or did you stop?
I stopped. Try to lick my wounds, so to speak.
Okay. Put a Band-Aid on?
Yeah, after I stopped the bleeding, I did.
Okay. And how long were you there about at the LA Fitness then?
It wasn't that long because she said she didn't have that much time. She had to get back home.
Okay. Did you split up then?
Yeah, she went. She left. She went home.
Did she tell you she was going home?
Yeah, she had errands to run.
All right. Did she tell you what errands and when she was going?
Which she usually did. Yes.
All right. Where did you go after the racquetball court?
Me, I went back. I think I went back to the apartment, if I'm not mistaken. I think I went back to the apartment because I saw the opportunity that something might be able to pull this thing off.
Mr. Austin was still there?
He was still there.
All right, and when did you learn anything new about what Monica was going to do and where Fabio was?
It was nothing new. From the time LA Fitness, I saw her at LA Fitness, I pretty much had a good idea of what was going on with her plans for the day.
What?
Ran an errands, Ralph's. I'm assuming it was Ralph's, picking up. She said she had a couple other places to go. I can't remember, but she was going to be running around all over town. And at 5 o'clock or something like that, or 6 o'clock or something like that, she was going to be on her way home from picking up one of their daughters.
Okay. Did
From
you have any
school.
plans to meet with her that day? Because she was out of the house doing things?
No, she said she was too busy. She was too busy.
And she said where
Yeah.
Fabio was?
No. He hadn't left in days, so I knew he was going to be home.
So he was still home
He'd been home for a while.
that day?
That day, too.
Okay. So what happened next, Mr. Baker?
So now I got to talk to Chris and tell him what I see, what my plan is. So
What'd you tell him?
I told him, I said, I think we got a window to get this thing done. I need you to be a lookout. I need you to, that was to keep him involved in this whole thing. I need you to be a lookout. I just need you to watch and make sure nobody comes home and sees us. And so I can see, and just as somebody comes home that he sees us, we can get out of there. That was the plan. So I just needed him there. Because being honest with you, I was terrified the whole time doing it. So, but I still needed someone to look out.
Okay.
So plan was to go up.
Objection narrative.
I'll allow this.
The plan was what?
Plan was to go up, get in there, try to take care of this as fast as possible, and
Kill her.
Yeah,
Then what? What else was the plan?
and get him out of there, and get back, and me have to establish an alibi again, if at all possible. That was my plan. So that means go back, go to work, and act like nothing happened. That was the plan.
Work meaning at LA
At
Fitness?
LA Fitness, yeah, because I still was scheduled to work that day.
Okay. So did you carry out the plan?
I did.
Tell us how it began.
Well-
What car were you using?
I was using a rental.
What kind of rental?
I don't even remember the type. It was a gray. It was a silvery car, a small little silver car.
Does a Nissan Versa sound familiar?
That probably was it.
How did you get the rental car?
Well, I had someone get the rental car. I had someone get the rental car because
When?
that I don't remember the exact day, but it was during that weekend.
Was that for the purpose of the murder or for any another reason?
Actually, it was for fixing my car. Actually, that's what it was really for. It just happened to fall into that. But
Your car wasn't operating correctly?
my Mustang wasn't, and I was having a battery problem with my Expedition. So I needed another car that was really reliable, so I can get this thing done, get it fixed.
And when did you get the rental car?
I don't remember the exact day.
Was it the day of the murder or before?
It was before. I think it was like a Friday or something. Or I think it was a Friday.
The murder was on a Monday.
Yeah.
So a few days before?
Yes.
Did you pick up the rental car or somebody else?
I think I went to go get it. I can't remember.
Did someone rent it for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Paula.
And who was Paula?
Paula is somebody who was at my racquetball league who I got involved with for a brief moment.
Was that before or after Monica?
That was way before Monica.
Okay. Was she still, as far as she was concerned, a girlfriend of yours, if you know, or
I
seeing?
would object. That was all for speculation.
It's a rule.
Repeat the question, please.
Did you still have an ongoing relationship with her, similar to what you were doing with Monica, or was that
No,
over?
that was over. But Paula wouldn't go away.
All right. So she wanted to be with you as well.
I'm assuming.
So you had her help get the rental car.
Because yes.
Did you tell her what you needed it for?
I told her, yeah, I need to get my car fixed.
Did you tell her it was part of a plot to kill Monica's husband?
No.
So what did she do? Drop it off?
No, I dropped the car off after it was done.
How did you get it to begin with?
I remember. I think I remember going with her to pick it up, but I drove off with it.
Do you remember where?
It was on Enterprise. But yeah, I know where it is. I don't know exactly where it was.
Well, was it in the valley near your
Yeah, it was in
home?
the valley. Yeah, it was close by.
And what'd you do with your Mustang? You say you were driving at that time?
It was still parked in my garage.
Okay.
That's right. She had to pick me up. That's right. Now I remember.
So what day is this, if you recall, Mr. Baker, in relation to the murder?
I think it was on a Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you're driving the rental car
Right.
instead of your Mustang.
Well, yes. Eventually, I got it fixed, so I drove all the cars through the weekend.
Okay. What car did you pick Mr. Austin up at the airport?
My Expedition.
Okay. Is that the one that you needed to get fixed?
Yeah, I needed to fix that. There was a battery problem with it.
So when did you take your Expedition in to get fixed, if you did, before, and then change to the rental car? Do you remember that? Is that too long ago or what?
I don't remember the day, but it was like the next day.
Okay. So now we're on a Monday when Fabio Sementilli is home and she's off doing errands, right?
Okay.
What about her kids? Did you know where her daughters were?
She had mentioned. Well, I knew for sure that Isabella was going to school because she said she was going to pick her up from school after she ran her errands that day. So I did know that, and she said she mentioned that Jessica was going to be doing something. I can't remember what it was, but she was out. She was doing something that day, so I knew she was gone that day.
Do you remember Jessica ever babysitting?
I think that was it, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds familiar.
Okay. I know it's a long time ago.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so you know the two girls are out of the house,
Yes.
and Monica is.
Yes.
Is that when you planned to kill Fabio?
That was the general idea.
Okay. So, you drive there?
We drove. My plan was to drive part of the way because I didn't want cameras picking up anything
Where was Mr. Austin when you were driving?
in the passenger seat.
Okay. Go on.
Okay, so found a spot where the car was kind of out the way, and I told him we were going to jog up to the house.
Was he ever in the trunk?
Oh, that was way before that. That was way before that.
Does the car even have a trunk or a hatchback or what?
The back seat folds in the back, and I told him because I really didn't want no one seeing him the whole time he was there. I didn't want no one to identify nothing about him because I wanted him to go home in peace. So I told him,
You're trying to protect him?
yes. So I didn't put him in the trunk. So I told him to get in the back seat because when we pull out of my garage, somebody may see him. So I don't want no one to see him at all. So I said, just go to the back seat. And somebody came through the garage. And I'm trying to remember how this went down. And then I said, just get in the back so they can't see you. Just pull the seat down and go through in the trunk. And that's how we wound up in the trunk.
Well, is it a trunk or a hatchback or what?
It was a sedan. It's a sedan, but the back seat folds down.
So was he lying on the back seat after it folded down?
Yeah. And then eventually I had him come to the front seat when we got out of the area where it was congested with people.
Okay. Did you know where Monica Sementilli lived with her husband and 2 children?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I had been there a couple of times before.
Okay. So where did you drive? Did you drive or did Mr. Austin?
I drove the entire time.
Okay. And where did you drive?
I drove to an off spot in some neighborhood. I don't know the street.
How far away from the Sementilli house?
Too far. It was a distance because I was tired when I got there.
Was that intentional that you parked that far away or not?
It was.
Okay. And the purpose was?
To not identify the car or us
Okay.
as best as possible.
How were you dressed?
Athletic wear, sweats, tennis shoes,
How was Mr. Austin dressed?
same thing. some kind of black hoodie or something.
Were those his clothes, or did you give them to him?
Some were his and some I gave him.
What about your facial area? Did you do anything to mask that?
Hoodies.
For
Hoodies.
both of you?
Yeah, hoodies to cover up. Just in case anything got picked up.
So you drove to a location.
Yes.
Do you remember where that location was?
No, I don't.
Then what'd you do next?
Got out the car.
Did you have your hoodies on?
When we started getting to congested areas, we put our hoodies on, like we're jogging, like we're working out, like it was a workout.
Did you know where to go?
I knew where to go, yeah, I knew where to go.
Did Mr. Austin know where to go?
No.
So he
doesn't
was
know.
following you.
Yeah, he doesn't know where to go.
Did either of you have a knife?
I had the knife.
Did you believe Mr. Austin had a knife?
No.
What did you do next?
So we jog all the way up.
Jog?
Well, jog, walk.
Okay.
Because I was kind of old at the time when all this happened. I was tired.
Do you have any idea, as you sit here now, how many blocks or how far away it was for you
I'm
to
guessing a mile and a
jog?
half, maybe.
Hold on. So you got to the Sementilli house?
About a mile and a half.
Okay. And were you jogging, walking, or both?
Jogging and walking.
Okay. Did you pass any people or cars?
Passed plenty of cars, plenty of people.
And what did you do? Try not to be recognized. Just keep jogging?
Keep jogging.
Do you remember at all, Mr. Baker, the route that you took or the streets that you took to get to the Sementilli house?
The only part I remember is going through the main street where it leads up to the house. There's just like one. The other way, I don't remember exactly. It was some back way. I was trying to avoid the ways I normally drive and go.
Well, did you come up the main street they lived on?
Yes.
You had been there before.
Yes.
That, certainly the night that you slept over and were drunk that night.
That
you
was one of
remember?
them.
Okay. So you arrive at the house, and what do? How do you get in?
Well, go through the side. There's a side door, a side entrance. It's usually open.
Is there a gate in front of the house?
There is a gate. It's open most of the time.
Was it open that day?
I think so. Yeah.
So how did you
It was open.
enter the house?
Through the back.
And when you say the back, can we have a photograph? I'll ask you some questions, and then Mr. Babbage is going to get a photograph of the house area. So you go around to the back with Mr. Austin,
Correct.
and how do you get into the house? Well, you tell me what you did next.
Go to the back, approaching the house to make sure that I don't run into him. That's the biggest thing. So I'm being cautious to go in to make sure I can see if I can find him.
Did you know where he was likely to be?
No, I didn't. It was a stab in the dark. So I was very cautious from the time we hit that property.
You didn't know you would be outside?
Exactly. So if he was outside, we'd have kept on running. So kept on, approached cautiously, looked to make sure that nobody was around, nobody was looking, see if there's anybody outside. No one.
Did you see anybody outside?
No.
Okay, did you get in the house?
Did get in the house through the back door.
Okay, I'm going to show you some photographs, Mr. Austin, Mr. Baker, and see if you recognize any of these. This is Exhibit 9, number 7. That's an aerial view of the Sementilli house. You recognize that at all?
Not from the top, but I know I got the arrangement of the house. I see it now.
This is the pool area, and that's the patio area. I'm sorry, here's the patio area.
I see it.
Pool area.
Got you.
That's the street.
Right there.
See the street here?
Yep.
So how did you go? Can you show us how you
Yeah.
went? Well, let me give you maybe a better view to begin with.
Okay, well, it's different.
Page 8 of Exhibit 9. Do you recognize that as being the front of the house?
Yeah, barely. I remember though.
Okay, now
Long
if
time
you're
ago.
jogging up the street, can you point and show us?
You cannot.
You cannot. Well, let me try to help you. You tell me if I'm right or wrong. Are you coming from this direction?
Correct.
Okay.
Right there, make a left.
Now this is the gate to the driveway leading into the house. Was it open?
Yes.
Okay. You go up here. There's a front door to the left or the center, and then there's a way to get around the house that way.
And that's
Which
the
way
way.
did you use to get into the house?
The way you just said, around to the back.
Went around.
Yeah.
And this is Exhibit 9, page 13, and this shows the back area of the house. Did you go through one of? Did you go through one of these sliding doors to
Can
get
I
in?
object to the leading?
It's a rule.
Do you remember whether you went into one of those sliding doors?
There's a sliding door. We went through one of those sliding doors. I can't tell which one is which. Usually
Okay.
this way.
But did you get into the house?
Yes.
You and Mr. Austin.
Yes.
Where'd you go?
Went inside the house and went to the bedroom.
Anybody in the bedroom?
Nobody's in the bedroom because it's very, very cautious. Before we even went in, we had to make sure everything was. I had to make sure everything was clear.
Then where did you go?
Then slowly try to spread out, and I told him, I said, "Follow me, stay quiet." And I needed him to go to the front to watch the front, to watch the front area to make sure that if anybody came home, we could get out of there.
Did he do that?
Yes, he did.
Where did you go?
I went the other way slowly and started trying to see if I can see him.
Did you
If I-
see him?
Eventually, I did.
Where?
He was sitting at the patio.
Okay. And what was he doing on the patio?
He was on the phone, and he was looking at paperwork or looking at some kind of paper or something.
Was he in some kind of chair or couch or anything, or was
Yeah,
he
he was
standing
sitting.
up?
He was sitting.
All right. And how would you get to him if you wanted to get to him at that point?
That was kind of the problem. I was trying to figure that out. So I figured the best way to do it is either go to the side or go directly through the kitchen.
What did you choose?
I decided to go to the kitchen, but I had to wait.
All right. Now, after you decided that, what happened with Mr. Austin?
He was still at the front, as far as I know. He was still at the front, but I'm sure he was moving around, looking around, because I know he was nervous as hell.
Well, did he ever come to your location before you went to kill Mr. Sementilli?
He came to check to see what was going on. He came to check
Okay, so now he's with you.
for a moment.
Okay. What's the next thing you do?
I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to do this.
Well, you had your knife, right?
Yes. So I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm actually, I kind of want to leave. But I know I can't.
Well, you could have, but you didn't.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I couldn't.
is
I
that right?
couldn't. Yes.
So what do you end up doing?
So I wound up going through the kitchen.
Now, where was Mr. Austin when you went through the kitchen?
I don't know where he was. I wasn't looking for him. I was concentrating on what I needed to do.
Was it your intent to have him physically help you kill Mr. Sementilli?
No, he was the lookout. I didn't need him for that.
He's supposed to be the lookout.
Right.
So describe, if you can, it's a long time ago, but I'm sure this is something you've lived with for a long time and remember.
I'm going to object to the leading and the testimony by counsel.
Sustained.
All right, just tell us what you did next.
Go to the front door. Go to the back door. That back kitchen door. I try to wait for him to look away and down, and I try to rush in as fast as I can.
Did he appear initially to see you?
Oh, he saw me. He did what he was supposed to do. He was trying to protect his house and home, protect his family and his home.
Well, what did he do?
He got up real quick, and he grabbed me by my hoodie and grabbed my left hand at the same time. And I'm struggling with him, and I'm trying to get away from him. He's a pretty big guy.
Then what?
And and I just kind of, I said to myself, I need to get him off me. I need to cut him. I just need to cut him.
Did you cut him?
I took one stab to get him to let go of me. He let go, and I just kind of blacked out and just tried to get him off me, and just kept cutting until he stopped, until he got off me.
You were in the armed services, correct?
Correct.
Did you know the most vulnerable places on a person's body or neck to cut them to achieve the quickest death, if that was your goal?
Been trained, I've been trained a little bit.
Right. Did you stab him in those places?
I know I stabbed him there, and just started cutting and stabbing wherever I could.
Now, is he standing or sitting or what at that time?
He's standing at that time.
Did he ever fall back into the chair?
I don't remember. I remember him backing away from me, and I was like, and I remember my hand was hurting.
You're leaning back now.
I'm backing away from him. Back after I did, because I'm trying to back up because I'm kind of at a daze.
Now, when are you aware, if ever, of where Mr. Austin is now?
I still don't know where he's at.
Well, tell me what happens next then.
Okay, so I remember walking back into the kitchen.
Well, how did you leave Mr. Sementilli? Where was he?
He was still on the patio.
In the chair?
I wasn't looking. I just glad he was off me.
Why did you leave at that time? Did you know he was dead?
No, I wasn't sure if he was dead or not.
Why'd you leave?
Because I knew he was cut, though. I knew he was cut.
But your object was to kill him.
Yeah, but in panic, you don't think about all that. You're not looking at vitals, and you're not looking to see all that when it's all going down.
Did you ever see Mr. Austin stab him in the neck?
No, I don't remember that.
So when you're exiting the patio and getting back into the kitchen, where's Mr. Austin?
I don't notice him until I'm getting ready to walk and look around and see. I don't even notice. I'm kind of like in a daze because I'm actually hurt during that time frame. Also, I'm hurt.
Where are you hurt?
My hand was hurting because when he grabbed my hand, it hurt bad because he's a strong guy.
Okay.
So I'm looking. I'm saying to myself, "Damn, my hand is hurt."
So what do you do next?
Pull my glove off. I'm like, and I see it bleeding again from what happened earlier in the day. It's hurting again.
Okay.
And the next thing I said to myself is, I need to make this thing look like a home invasion. That's the next thing that was the next priority on my list of getting this done, is to make it look like a home invasion. So in my mind is I need to start going to the house to make it look like it was a burglary.
Did you do that?
I started working on it right then and there, and that's when finally Chris came up to me, oh shit, you know, he was in panic mode too. He was in panic then too. He said, "What are we gonna do, Unc? What we gonna do? What we gonna do?" And I'm like, I said we need to make this thing look like a home invasion. But he went somewhere else. I don't know what he did.
Did you tell him where to go? Let me back up. Did you have a plan as to how you were going to flee the residence after you killed them?
The plan was to walk back down if possible, or run back down like we jogged in and jogged out. That was the plan.
Okay, so tell me then what happened next.
So I went to make it look like a home invasion. So I started going through stuff.
Where was Mr. Austin then, as far as you knew?
I didn't care where he was at the moment.
Did you give him any directions as to where to go?
No, because he doesn't know where anything's at. He has no idea where anything's at. So I just told him I did tell him to wait, just to wait over by the kitchen. And as soon as I finished making this thing look like what it is, a home invasion, we'd leave.
So describe how you tried to make it look like a home invasion.
Just pull out drawers.
Where?
In the bedroom. Look for anything that's valuable.
Did you find anything?
Anything, jewelry box. Like looking through stuff. Like I'm looking for something. Because I didn't expect to take anything because that wasn't my intention. But I had to make it look like that. So
Did
I took
you take anything?
Clothes, jewelry, anything that looked like I might have brought something directly. I took, like if there was some clothes that belonged to me, I wanted that because I didn't want any residue from me being there. So if I had bought her some clothes, I tried to take whatever I could that might be obvious, that might be linked to me, her jewelry box, anything that belonged, that was shiny, that looked valuable. So I was just grabbing stuff, throwing stuff everywhere.
Where were you putting it?
I grabbed a pillowcase and put it in a pillowcase.
Did you ever see a safe there?
I think so. Not that day though, but I think so.
Did you ever open the safe that day?
Never.
Did you ever open the safe on any occasion?
No.
But you knew there was a safe in the house?
I think so. I think so.
Okay. So how long are you doing this, putting stuff in the pillowcase?
Well, I'm still going through the house, looking for stuff.
Other rooms besides the bedroom?
No, just the bedroom was the intention, is to make it look like it was a botched home invasion.
Okay.
So I ran around, I looked around for everything else. I went back to the patio, and when I went to the patio, I saw the table, and I saw like a manila folder with some paper sticking out of it, and a piece of a gold coin. And I saw the coin, so I picked it up real quick because I was like, it looked weird. And I picked it up, it had more gold coins in it, so I just grabbed everything. I just grabbed everything that was there, whatever that was.
You say this was on the patio?
Right, it was in the patio.
How far away from Mr. Sementilli?
I don't know, maybe. It was where the table was.
Where what?
Where the table was. On
In
the floor.
patio?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How far were the gold coins from where Mr. Sementilli was now positioned?
Well, I'm paying attention to the table and where the coins are. So I guess a few feet.
So this is in the patio outside where he was murdered?
Yes. Where he was sitting.
Okay. Is he sitting now in the chair?
I don't remember.
Well, to your mind, was he dead?
I'm sure he was. I'm just, like I said, I don't know if he's dead or not. He could have been alive. I don't know.
Well, was he in any way defending himself
No,
at that time?
no. He was still, sure.
Okay.
He was still.
And where was Mr. Austin? Was he still waiting there, or had he gone somewhere else, or what?
He's probably in the kitchen area, or maybe, I think he's in the kitchen and he's looking out the front door still, trying to keep a lookout.
All right,
He's in and out too, because I know he's terrified.
Then what happened?
I keep checking the house real quick because I know time is limited because I don't know exactly what time it is yet, and
Did you know when she was going to be home?
she said she was going to be home right after she picks up her daughter, so that was usually at 5:00, something around there. So I wanted to get out of there quick before anybody comes in that house.
Okay.
So I got nervous. I'm paranoid, and I'm thinking that if I go out at that time, because it was real close to that time, that someone's going to see us or something. So I'm like, the best way to do this, I told Chris, in this search of the house, I find the Porsche keys. And I'm thinking, use the Porsche to get out of there before anybody gets home.
Where were the Porsche keys?
Where were they?
Yeah.
They were on the counter.
Okay.
They were on the counter in the kitchen area.
Okay.
And so that's when I made the decision to jump in, get in the Porsche and get out of there.
And did you tell that to Chris?
Yes, I did. I told him to go in the garage. We're getting ready to get out of here.
Okay. Did he?
No, he did. He was ready to leave.
And where did you go?
I did one last search of the house. I saw the towel that I used to drape my hand that was laying in the sink.
Sink where?
In the kitchen.
Okay.
I picked that up, grabbed that. Everything happened fast. Everything's happening in really, really fast pace.
So take your time and just tell us how best you remember what happened next.
Yeah, so there's no real order to all this because everything's happening so quick.
Well, he's in the car, correct?
He's waiting in the garage, yeah.
Okay, and you're in the kitchen doing something with a towel.
getting a towel, put it in the pillowcase along with all the other stuff that I had, and made sure the house was kind of as the best as shambles that I could make it to make it look like a home invasion. Now I want to leave, get into the Porsche, throw everything in the back of the car, and try to get out of there.
Okay, did you get into the Porsche?
Yes.
How was it parked? Face in or backed in?
I think it was face in.
Okay.
I think.
So you get in the driver's seat,
I get in the driver's seat.
and Mr. Austin is where?
He's in the passenger seat.
Okay.
And I start the car. I'm trying to get out as fast as I can because I think anybody can be home at any moment.
See anything that looked like a home security system or anything like that?
Yes, I knew it existed.
Where did you see it?
Well, there were cameras in the house, so I knew the cameras were there.
Did you do anything with it?
That was one of the things I grabbed. I grabbed the system before I left.
Where was that?
It was I think it was in the garage.
Okay. And what? Wires and boxes? Or
And just a box.
what'd you do with it?
I threw it in with the pillowcase.
In the Porsche.
Yes.
So now you drive out of the garage? You
Drive out of the garage.
You have to back out, right?
Back out real quick. Try to get out of there real quick, and
Where do you go?
go back the same way we came.
Okay.
Now, the difference is I want to go back a way where I have no idea where there's cameras or no cameras because I didn't look that far ahead. So I just picked a route. And
Can you remember as you sit here right now what that route was?
back down that road, the main drag, and there's a quick right where there's a back way to get back to Ventura. And I just know if I make a right and make a left, I'm going to hit Ventura.
Do you know the name of the streets?
No.
Okay. Do you get back to Ventura?
Get back to Ventura.
Then what?
I hear sirens. So I'm kind of got a good idea what's going on. So I want to get rid of this car as fast as possible.
Did you pass any of her daughters on the way out of the house?
That I don't remember. I'm told I did later on, but
I'm going to object, move to strike.
Stricken.
So can you tell us where you end up with the Porsche and Mr. Austin?
some back street behind Ventura Boulevard. Where, I don't know. It was like a building, like a little small business building. It was a cubby hole, and I parked the car in there.
You hear any sirens yet at that time?
I've been heard the sirens already.
So what do you do there?
I take out the pillowcase, take that. I leave the I take the pillowcase, and I tell him, "You need to get out of here. We need to get you out of here as fast as possible." And I said, "Just go back to the apartment." And I needed him to be on foot. I didn't want him to be in the car with me, just in case I get caught or get stopped or something. Because I'm paranoid.
Did you do anything with your clothes?
Not yet.
Okay, what about his clothes?
He still has his on him.
Okay.
Because all the clothes is in the car still. So there's no change in clothes yet.
What clothes are in the car?
Well, I had a change of clothes. He didn't have a change of clothes. I had a change of clothes. Because I had a change to go to work.
Okay.
To try to seal this thing up.
So you're parked somewhere, and then what happens?
So I leave the car. He takes off. And
On foot?
yeah, we actually both take off, now that I remember that. We both go together, and we go to the rental. We go to the car. We go to the car.
What car?
The silver car that was rented. Because I use that
Okay.
instead of using my own car, because my cars are they're pretty visible.
So you go to the silver car that had been rented that had taken you to the area to begin with,
Yes,
all right? With Mr. Austin, right?
correct.
And then what happens?
He goes and picks up his wallet. He gets whatever he brought with him. I think he carried a little bag with him. So I had money with me because I was going to give him money that I had, that I was going to give him anyway. But I was going to give him before his trip back, even regardless whatever happened. I was going to give him money, so I gave him cash. I went through the jewelry box and all that other stuff, and
What about the gold coins?
We object to the leading.
That's all right.
so the gold coins didn't come till later because I was still in panic mode. So,
Okay.
So
So take us back now to you're at the car and you've given him some money.
yeah,
What about his clothes?
and he, like I said, he had his clothes on that he had on with him. So, and I told him just to hurry up and get out of here, and go back to the house, go back to the apartment.
Your house.
Yes, and if he has anything there, just meet me there. Just either
How was he supposed to get there?
jog. I wanted him to jog. I didn't want him to be caught with me.
All right.
That's it.
Meanwhile, you've got the Porsche there and the Versa.
No, the Porsche is someplace else now. I don't walked away from the Porsche. The Porsche is a good distance off. I left it because it was easy to recognize.
So how did you get from the Porsche to the Versa? Did you walk or jog?
We walked and jogged.
Now you tell Mr. Austin to go back to the apartment, correct?
Yes. So he takes off.
And then what do you do?
Me, I'm trying to get myself together because I'm still a wreck. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do next. So eventually, I'm listening for the sirens still to see if I'm paranoid right now. So I'm listening for the sirens. I'm looking around trying to figure out what I'm gonna do next. I need to hurry up and get to the apartment. I also know that I don't want him being seen with me because they may be looking for two people.
Okay, so what happens next?
So I drive, and I try to get back to the main road. And as I'm driving, I
What are
see
you driving?
the same silver car.
Okay.
So I go down this main drag to get back. I think it was Winnetka, but I'm not sure what it was.
Winnetka?
Yeah, I think it was Winnetka.
Okay.
I can't be sure anymore. But I see Chris jogging. He's a good distance already. And I look around to make sure there's nothing going on. I pull over real quick and I say, jump in, because it looks like everything's decent for now. There's no police running around. And there's nothing going on. So I tell him to jump in the car.
Okay.
And then I head to a parking lot somewhere off of, I think it was the bowling alley, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
You're Corbin?
Yes, I think that was the one. No, not the one. The one over there by damn. I can't even remember the roads anymore. It's been so long.
Okay, but there's a bowling alley?
There's a bowling alley, so we go to the parking lot, and I tell him I need to go to work. So I said I'm going to leave you the car. I told him I'm going to leave you the car, and
Did you do that?
I did. I did wind up doing that because I needed to get to work, but I didn't want the car to show up there.
What happened to the knife you had?
Oh yeah. I forgot. Before I got into the car, before we got in the car, I actually took the knife and buried it.
Where?
Some hole that was somewhere. There's like a hole already pre-made somewhere. Somebody was some kind of construction or something. Or somebody was building something like putting in fence posts or something. I don't know.
You bury it?
I put it in there. Yeah, I just put it in there, covered it up.
Council, let me interrupt. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies, ladies and gentlemen. present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. Mr. Baker, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, I think we left off with you and Mr. Austin somewhere in the area. You see him, is that correct? You run into him?
Run into him, and we go, and I wind up going to the bowling alley.
Okay. Did you ever see the Porsche again?
I saw the Porsche later that night.
Okay. Before then, what do you do after you're at the bowling alley?
Get rid of the clothes. Get rid of the clothes I was wearing. I was wearing.
What about Mr. Austin's clothes?
He might have put one or two items in the bag that I wanted to get rid of, but I'm not sure.
Did you have a change of clothes with you?
Yeah, I did.
And where did you put the clothes that you wore during the murder?
Threw it in the trash.
Did you have them in a bag or?
Yeah, put them all in the bag.
The what?
Put them all in the bag and just throw them out.
The pillow bag you had?
No, just a separate bag. It was a separate bag.
What'd
The
you
pillow
do with-
bag I got rid of someplace else.
And where did you get rid of that?
I got rid of that where in the neighborhood before I pulled off. Because
In what, a trash bin?
yeah, it was trash bins.
So then you get rid of your clothes in what, a trash bin again?
Yes, a separate one.
Do you have any idea what location that's at?
The trash bin for the clothes was near the bowling alley.
Okay. So what do you and Mr. Austin do next?
I tell him, because it's kind of close to where I stayed at, I tell him to make sure he's back at that bowling alley. I think it was, I don't know, 7:30. I can't remember the time. It was like, I just needed to show up for work and clock in.
You're talking about going to
The
LA Fitness?
Yes.
To clock in is what, an alibi?
Right. Because I'm usually there all the time anyway, so I really don't need to clock in per se, because I'm always there, so people would always assume I was there anyway. That was my thinking for that moment. So I tell him just to meet me at that whatever time that was. I go to the house.
Well, who had the car?
He had the silver car.
And how were you going to get to
I'm
work?
going to take my car, my truck, and go to work.
Where was your truck?
It was in the apartment complex.
So it was still working?
No, we got it working because it just needed a new battery. That's all it needed.
All right.
So it was fine because it was giving me problems.
So do you lose sight of Mr. Austin at that point?
I did.
And the last you saw him, he was doing what?
He was sitting in the car in the driver's seat.
The Versa?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Does he drive away?
I don't remember. I just jog because I'm just jog. I'm getting ready to go to my complex.
Okay.
And get my gear.
Okay. And then what happens?
So I go get my gear, go to the job, check in, and when I go check in, I clock in, and that's when I hear a lot of people talking about that they just found out that this thing just happened.
Do you have any idea what time of day or night this is?
It's 6:30ish, 7.
Okay. And what do you do next?
I want to get out of there. I want to get out of there as fast as possible. I just wanted to show up in
So how long would you say you're there?
30-40 minutes.
And then where do you go?
I go back to the apartment complex, and no. I go to the bowling alley, and I meet up with Austin. So
You supposed to meet there?
yeah, because I told him to meet me at a specific time, so I didn't even take the truck back to the apartment. I went straight to the bowling alley and parked the truck there, and met with Austin. And I want to get him on the way. I want to get him out of there.
All right. Do you remember anything about a ticket?
He told me about the ticket. Yeah, he told me he got some kind of stupid ass seatbelt ticket while he was out. Unbelievable. But yeah, he told me about the ticket, and I told him before, you need to get this taken care of ASAP. Use a money order.
Why were you so concerned?
So that way it wouldn't. Hopefully it would go. I don't know how the system works. Hopefully it would get out the system as soon as it was paid off, and it wouldn't cause notice. That was the thought. I wanted to get
You
rid of
didn't know it would take 3 or 4 years for them to find the ticket.
Yeah, I didn't know, but I knew it would take a while.
So what happens next?
I take him to the nearest bus station. I give him money.
You don't take him back to LAX.
No, I take him to a bus station
You know where the bus station was?
somewhere in Van Nuys. It was like by the flyaway, near the flyaway.
Is it one of those flyaway buses that go to the airport?
It wasn't. I didn't take him exactly into that flyaway because I know there's cameras. So I took him away from there
Was
to
he
a bus
supposed
station.
to go there?
Yeah, I told him to get the flyaway or grab a cab. He had the money for it.
So the last time you see him that day is where?
At the bus station I drop him off at.
Okay. And so he goes to LAX by himself.
Yes.
Now, when was he scheduled to return to Alaska? If you know.
I believe it was either that morning or that next morning or the next day or something like that.
And do you know when he in fact did fly back to Alaska?
No.
Where do you go next?
I'm going to try to go back to the house or back to the apartment, and I'm going to try to get rid of everything that belongs to her that's in that house.
Anything that belongs to Monica?
Yes,
Do you do that?
I do.
You ever see the Porsche again?
I do.
When?
After I get rid of everything in the house that I feel the house is clean.
What types of things are we talking
Just
about?
clothes. Just clothes and stuff like that.
That she kept at your house?
Yeah, just clothes. Just a couple pieces of clothes and stuff like that. Anything that I think might track her to me, because I feel that they're going to definitely look into her really hard. So I want to get rid of anything that shows we had a relationship.
Is it your belief they know that you are having a relationship, or anyone knows, or?
The only one who knows is just Ricky and Sheila. That's it, really.
Okay.
Everybody else know.
But you don't know who Sheila's talked to or anything.
No, I don't know anything like that yet. I have no idea.
You've been out socially with Monica for several months, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, you mentioned something about the Porsche.
So
What do you do about the Porsche?
So after I finally figure out the apartment thing, and I figure it's safe enough to, I'm actually paranoid and don't want to go outside, but I do.
Where do you put the clothes or the things that you take out of your apartment that belong to Monica?
For the moment, I put it in the in my truck. No, not yet. Not the truck. Not yet. Not yet. That was later. I just put it. Yeah, I put it in the silver car. I remember now. I put it in the silver car.
And does it stay there, or do you eventually get rid of it?
I don't know. I take the silver car. I go to the truck. Put everything in the truck, and at this point, I'm actually thinking about leaving town. I'm thinking about going to. I want to go to Vegas. I want to get out of there.
Okay, but I assume when you say that you don't go to Vegas. Then.
I don't.
What do you do?
I'm thinking about the Porsche
Why?
because it's in an area where I left it where there's cameras, and I know if I leave it there, and chances are someone's going to find it, that there's an abandoned black camera, an abandoned black Porsche sitting there, and call it in, and they're going to start canvassing, and then they're going to start seeing footage. So I need to go back and move that Porsche. So
Do you do that?
I go to the Porsche.
How do you get there?
I drive this silver car
Okay.
to the Porsche.
Then what?
Actually, I don't go exactly yet to the Porsche. I go to a store and pick up cleaning supplies to try to clean it out to make sure it's clean.
Trying to clean the Porsche?
No, but that too. But I clean. I go get the cleaning supplies, park the silver car, and I walk to the Porsche. And I go to a strip mall and pick up cleaning gear at some kind of strip mall. I forget the name of it. So I have to walk. I want to walk to the Porsche.
Do you do that?
Yeah, for about a quarter mile. Because I don't want to be. I want to approach the Porsche carefully, just in case they already found it or something. So
All right. Did you get to the Porsche?
I did get to the
Did it
Porsche.
appear to be in the same place you left it?
Same place.
All right.
So-
Then what'd you do?
I try my best to clean it out best I can, and
When you say clean it out best you can, what are you talking about?
just using towels, napkins, Clorox, everything. I bought all that stuff and just try to clean it out. No,
Okay.
wipe the prints down, all that stuff best I can. So I'm still paranoid because the black Porsche is easy to find, and I know they're looking for it. I know
Okay.
they're looking for it.
Then what?
So I remember hearing that the car had some kind of device on it or something. I don't know. That sends emails or something like that. So I really don't want to drive the car. So I
You
want
mean that would help find it?
Yes. So it's got me kind of paranoid. But I want to get that car out of there. So I basically get in the car, drive it to the spot that they found it.
Where was that?
Over there, and where I just found an area that looked like it had no cameras. It kind of looked like it had no cameras. I didn't even know the area. I just drove
Like an
around.
abandoned area, like?
No, it was a residential area, but it still had homes in it, but it was not like congested.
Was it on the street or someplace else?
It was on the street. It was on the street, but it was like not where a whole bunch of houses were.
Okay. You
No,
thought it was safe there for at least a while.
And I'm also thinking that they're tracking the car, so I need to get out of that car as fast as possible too.
And do you get out of there?
Yeah, I drop it off, and
What do you do with the keys?
I go to the bus station. I mean, I go back to Ventura, answer your question, and then I get on the bus.
I'm going to object. Non-responsive.
It is.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
Okay.
All right, question answered in a can.
Again, no question pending, Your Honor. Move to strike.
There's no question pending. Stricken.
What did you do with the keys?
I put it in a can,
Where?
in the trash can, in a can,
Near where you had left it or somewhere else?
somewhere else,
And then where do you go?
down Ventura Boulevard,
Where do you end up?
back towards the car.
The Versa?
Yes.
And what do you do then, Mr. Baker?
Get in the Versa, and I go to I just drive around for a while to keep a look on it, to look around and see if there's
Are you
Police.
seeing or hearing any law enforcement or fire engines or anything of that nature responding to the murder?
not anymore.
You're out of the area?
I'm still around,
Where do you go?
all over the valley
Just driving?
for now.
What, thinking of what happened?
Just watching, just keeping an eye on things.
Do you ever learn if Mr. Austin, in fact, flew out of LAX?
Well, I'm going to object to the call.
Well, I'll rephrase it.
Speculation.
Very well.
I'll rephrase it. When do you hear next from Mr. Austin?
I think it was the next day.
Okay. Do you know if he flew back on the flight he was scheduled to fly back on or changed his ticket?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Mr. I'm sorry.
I was just telling the witness there was no question pending.
Okay, so we left you in what car are you driving now? The Versa?
The Versa.
Where do you go? That night.
Like I said, I'm all over the valley.
Where do you end up?
I eventually end up dropping the car off at Enterprise.
That's where it had been rented from?
Yes.
By Paula?
Yes.
And how do you get from the Enterprise to your residence?
I go from Enterprise to my truck. They drop me off.
Who dropped you off?
The Enterprise people.
Okay, so they drop you, take you back where you want to go when you turn in their car.
Yes.
Okay, that's why you use Enterprise.
Yeah.
Where do you go in your car?
Object to Sue's.
I'm sorry?
Sue's facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
What was the question again?
I assume you get in your car.
Okay.
Where do you go? It's a long time ago, I understand.
It is.
Objection to counsel testifying.
I want to ignore that.
I wind up eventually in Vegas.
Do you go straight to Vegas or stop anywhere else?
No, let me back up. I didn't go to Vegas. I didn't. I still stuck around because I still had to work. I still had to work. I didn't go yet.
So you go home?
Yeah, I know. I don't go home. I'm kind of like in and out. I'm not going home yet because I'm still paranoid. So no, I'm not going home yet.
Okay.
And
Where do you end up?
I wind up staying in the car all day, paranoid. So until that night where I had to work again at the LA Fitness.
So you go back to LA Fitness.
Work, show up, go to work.
You'd already been there once to establish the alibi.
That was the day before. This is the next day we're talking about.
Okay, so now we're on the next day, Tuesday?
Right. Yes.
Okay. You go to LA Fitness that day?
That Tuesday.
Normal day for you to work there?
Yes.
Do you work there?
I do.
When's the next time you see Monica?
A long time. I don't see her for a while.
Well, you learned that, obviously, and you knew that Fabio had been murdered, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to her house during any grieving period they were in?
Yes.
And can you tell us and tell the jury approximately how many days that was after the murder, if you remember?
A couple of days, maybe a week. I don't remember offhand.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with a group
A group from where?
from the racquetball league.
Okay, do you remember any of their names?
I believe it was Ricky, Sheila, Paula, Matt. I think that was it.
Okay. And why did you go with them to her house?
I'm going to object that it seems facts and not evidence.
So
You
rule.
say you went there.
So why did I go is because they asked me to go because they said they knew that me and her were that she talks to me a lot, and
And why were they going, if you know?
because they wanted to go and pay their respects. But I didn't really want to go. I didn't want to go at all.
Well, but you went.
I did.
And do you remember how you all got there, or at least how you got there?
I didn't want to drive my car up there. I didn't want to have nothing to be seen up there, so I went with Matt.
Matt Nurse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt was driving. I asked, can I ride with him?
And when you got to the house, were there a lot of people there?
Yeah, there was a lot of people.
Did it look like a gathering there to like a wake kind of thing?
It was something like that, yeah.
Okay. They had food there?
I don't even remember that.
About how many people did you see there?
30,
Right.
40, I'm assuming.
Other than the co-workers you were with, did you recognize anybody else there besides Monica?
I did not.
Did you see Monica there?
I did.
And did you go over to her and talk to her?
I tried to.
Well, tell me what you did.
First I looked, and I saw her, and I saw she was a total wreck.
Okay?
So it messed me up really bad when I saw that. I never saw something like that
Had
before.
you ever apologized to her in any way, or said you were sorry, or sent any message to her?
Not that I remember. Not that I remember. I don't remember.
You recall sending her a text message?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Not during that time, no. I don't remember.
You could have, but you don't remember.
Yeah.
But you saw her in person at the house.
Yes.
And what did you do with her, if anything?
I wanted to talk to her.
But what did you do?
I eventually approached her when I could because she was surrounded by a lot of people. And I wanted to find out why. I mean, I know why she was messed up like that. But I wanted to find out what the hell was going on with her. Like, is she losing it because of me doing this thing? And that's what it was. I was just trying to see
If you were responsible.
Yeah.
But as far as you know, she didn't know that you did it.
No.
You didn't tell her, did you?
No.
How long did you stay there at the house?
I don't know, maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Not even that long, I don't think.
And did you leave with the other people, or did you leave
Yes.
by yourself?
I had to leave with Matt because I rode with him.
All right. Did you have any interaction with any of her family talking to you or looking at you in a funny way or anything like that?
Only thing I remember was her mother.
And what do you remember about her mother?
Her mother just asking me who I was, you know, and all, just being a mother, you know.
Okay. Did you answer her?
And I told her, I said, I'm just a friend, just concerned. You know, what can I tell her? Nothing I can tell her.
So you leave
Eventually, yeah, within,
with the same friends who took you there?
yes,
And where did they take you when you left?
back to LA Fitness, get my car.
And did you get your car?
I did.
Okay. And where did you go?
I think I probably eventually was going to Vegas. I had to get somebody to take my place at LA Fitness to look after my league, because I wanted to get out of LA.
Did you get out of LA?
I did eventually.
When you say eventually, tell me approximately how many days or weeks after the murder.
A week, about 5 days, something like that. Just enough so I can cover somebody covering my league.
Okay. And what about Mr. Austin? When do you next hear from him, if you do?
I think I heard from him the next day. He said he got in.
Pardon?
That he got in.
Safely.
Yes.
Okay. So when you go to Vegas, do you drive there?
I drive
You go by yourself?
by myself.
You run into anybody there in Las Vegas that you know?
No, I stayed with Birdsong.
Did you tell him about what you had done?
No.
Did he appear to know that the murder or the death of Mr. Sementilli had occurred?
No.
You hadn't told him that you were seeing her on the side?
No, he knew that part.
Okay.
He knew that part. I didn't tell him anything about a death or anything.
Mr. Baker, was Mr. Birdsong a part of the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No.
Did you ever talk to him about your plan to kill him before the murder occurred?
I never talked to Mr. Birdsong about a plan to kill Fabio.
You never had three-way conversations with him and Mr. Austin about how you were going to kill Mr. Sementilli?
No.
At some point, do you become aware, or does Mr. Birdsong make you aware that he knows that Mr. Sementilli had been murdered?
Eventually, I tell him that he died in a home invasion,
Okay.
but I don't tell him I did it.
You ever tell him you did it?
No.
How long are you in Las Vegas then after the murder?
My mind is reeling. Say that one more time.
How long do you stay in Las Vegas
Oh.
after the murder?
I think maybe a week.
And do you have any contact with Monica?
During that time, no.
When's the next time after the murder that you have any contact with Monica? If you can recall.
Weeks and weeks.
How did that occur?
I don't even remember how many weeks it was, but it was quite a bit of time. I hit her with a text and basically asked, "Are you okay?"
And did she respond to you?
And she goes, basically, sort of, you like, I'm okay. That's it. Kind of. It was like a really quick answer, like, I'm okay.
Now, you begin seeing her again, don't you?
Eventually,
Okay. You remember the first time that you saw her again after the murder?
yes, I do. I remember.
And where was that, if you can tell us? I remember.
I met her in Glendale.
Restaurant someplace?
It was like a bar. It was like a bar. Because I asked her, "You want to have a drink? You want to talk about it?"
And when you say want to talk about, you mean the death of her husband?
Yeah, about her.
Did she appear to be upset about that still?
Oh, she was upset.
Did you ever in any way tell her that you had killed her husband?
No.
you are eventually arrested with her on June 14th, 2017, correct?
Take your word for it.
Okay. During those 4 months after you first saw her after the murder, do you continue to see her as you had before the murder?
Yes.
And at any time during that period, do you tell her in any way that you are responsible for the death of her husband?
No, I don't.
You do travel with her, don't you?
I did travel with her.
Do you remember where you went?
Just Vegas and just around LA
You ever go to Myrtle
I did.
Beach?
and Myrtle Beach.
How did that happen? Do you remember?
I told her I always wanted to go to Myrtle Beach. I wanted to see if she could take a trip just to get away,
Okay.
and she wanted to go with me.
Did she?
She did.
Was this, did you attempt to keep this a secret from the other people?
Yeah, not a secret. There's no reason to tell them, but I didn't
Okay.
tell anybody.
Did you tell anybody that you were going away with her?
I think I don't remember. I might have. I can't remember who.
Well, let me ask you two different questions. Number one, did you tell anybody at work? Did you have to get time off to go on vacation? How does that work?
No. By that time, I had quit. I had quit already.
So when did you quit? How long after the murder?
Probably a month.
And why did you quit?
Mainly so if I could take off. I cared about the league, stupid as that might sound. So I didn't want to just abandon it. It sounded retarded, but I didn't want to abandon it. So I wanted to give it to somebody who could handle it.
You remember who took over for you?
Yes, I do.
Who?
Sean McCullum.
Okay. So you go to Myrtle Beach. Who paid for it?
Well, I paid for most of it. She paid for her own flight. So I paid for everything else.
Okay. How long you in Myrtle Beach?
A couple of days, 4 days, maybe 3 days,
Right.
2 days, something like that.
You
I don't remember that. A couple of days, like a weekend.
You just there alone, or did you go with anybody?
No, just me and her.
Okay. Then you come back from Myrtle Beach, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to recall or recount the other things you did with her, whether on vacation or in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles,
No, the way we got I think the arrest came right after that.
after Myrtle Beach?
Yeah, pretty much. I do remember that much.
Okay, so during those 3 months, are you still seeing her?
Beforehand, before Myrtle Beach.
Before and after?
Yeah. Still seeing her.
Same manner as you did before?
Yes. Well, it took a little bit to get back to where it was because she was still pretty shaken up. So it wasn't quite that easy.
Did you ever run into her family at all in Los Angeles who's staying with her? Or?
Oh, yeah. But I can't remember if it was before or after this happened. I can't remember. I did meet them. I just don't remember. I just don't remember when.
Are you still keeping this a secret?
From her family, yeah.
From everyone?
Yes, from everyone.
Before your arrest, Mr. Baker, did you share with anyone that you had planned and carried out the murder of Monica Sementilli's husband, Fabio?
Just with Austin. That's it.
Do you keep in touch with Mr. Austin in the period before your arrest?
I did.
How did you do that?
I always keep extra phones, like I testified earlier. So I told him to get an extra phone so I could keep in touch with him, just to make sure he was still kind of stable, because he was pretty shooken up over this too. So I didn't want him to go.
Did you ever find out whether or not Mr. Austin had in fact participated, that is, stabbed Fabio Sementilli as you had?
You know, I never asked, but it makes sense now.
What makes sense?
That the way he acted afterwards, he was really in a bad way. I never understood why, because I just really didn't understand why. I thought it was just because of him being there, but I guess he did stab. I don't know if he did or not. I don't know. I don't remember.
You've learned since then through the litigation and so
Yes.
forth that he did stab.
Right.
Did
But
he ever tell you that?
No.
Admit to that?
Never told me. We never talked about it like that. We never talked about it. We didn't want to talk on the phone like that.
After well, you and Monica are arrested, as I said, on June 14th, 2017. Is that correct?
Take your word for it.
Okay. And you're arrested in the same car. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you end up in county jail in various locations. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you ever write a letter to Monica?
Yes.
Well, before we get there, I'm running ahead. Can you tell the jury when it was that you decided to enter a plea of no contest, meaning guilty in this case?
I don't know when, but I know why.
So we discussed sometime in July 2023.
Yeah, right.
That sound right?
Correct.
Can you tell us why you decided to do that?
There's a couple of reasons why. One of them was my lack of ability to get information.
What do you mean by that?
I could not get information on the case itself. It was difficult.
Well, you had an attorney.
I did have an attorney.
Are you saying he was not informing you of the facts of the case as you would have preferred?
Yes.
How many times, look, you were in prison or in jail, in custody, from June 2017, and then you entered your plea in July 2023, so that's 6 years.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
So for a variety of reasons, COVID intervened. This case was going on for those 6 years, at least,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
How many times do you recall your attorney coming to visit you at the jail?
Maybe 3 times.
In 6 years?
I'm guessing about 3 times.
Was he your only source of legal advice, legal information at that time?
For the case, yes.
So he was the one attorney that was assigned to you.
I had other attorneys, but he was my primary one for this part.
I'm talking about the murder case, not attorneys you've used in the past for other things.
Correct.
So what did you do to try to get more information about the facts of the case and the evidence against you and so forth if you weren't getting it from your attorney?
I was getting it from people who were coming to visit me, the newspaper, because it was all over the newspaper, it was all over TV. I don't know where they were getting the information from, but I figured I could get something out of that from Monica herself. If I could, she was one of my sources.
Now, is it clear to you now, or well, I'll start off back then. Was it clear to you back then that when you were communicating with Monica in jail that it was being tape recorded?
I did. Or it was a potential for it. It was a potential for it.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know if it was going to be recorded or not, but I always knew there was a possibility it could be.
Had you encountered that when you were in prison the last time?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. You were aware that happened?
Yes.
Okay. But nevertheless, you had conversations with her, hours and hours of conversations. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
And how did you get information from her about the case?
I knew she was scared. I could hear it in her voice, so.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second.
Okay.
Did you ever tell her during any of those years when you were in contact with her in the jail that you had in fact killed her husband?
Never.
What did you say about the murder?
What did I say about the murder?
Yeah. Did you say you did it or someone else did it or what?
No, we never discussed it. We never discussed it because I mean, she would kind of let me know things along the way because I would pretend, I would act like I'm concerned, which I am concerned because I do want to know. But I would just want to know, she would just let me know how things would progress. This was beforehand. So how things would progress if something was going on, because I wanted to know for myself. Because if there was anything going on, I needed to get out of town, I would go. So I would just pay attention to what she was talking about.
This is before the arrest.
Yeah, and never during. I would never bring it up.
Well, in jail it was brought up, obviously, right?
Whether me doing it or not, no.
Well, you said you learned about the facts and the evidence against you from Monica in part.
Okay, yeah, bits and pieces.
And different people.
And different people.
How did you learn about it from Monica? What kind of things would you say to her?
I would just listen. I would listen. I can't even remember discussion. I was more of a listener than anything.
Would she tell you facts about the case she was learning from her attorneys?
Bits and pieces, yeah. Bits and pieces.
Did she ever tell you that she knew you had killed her husband?
At one point, I kind of figured she figured it out.
When was that?
The day she called me a fucking murderer.
Okay. And can you give me a time period after the arrest that occurred?
A year and a half, maybe, into it.
Before then, did you maintain your innocence to her?
I did.
Why?
I didn't want her to know.
What do you think would happen if she knew?
Fucking murderer. I knew she was going to do that.
Now, after she said that to you, did she engage in any further communications with you?
No.
Before she said that, you're aware that there were hours and hours of communications that were recorded.
I do.
During those communications, what were you telling her about the murder?
I don't remember. I really don't remember. It wasn't really I don't remember. I really don't. Because we had, like you said, it was hours of conversation, so I don't remember. I talked to her about everything. Everything. Jail.
About the evidence?
I try not to make it a point of talking about it. I don't remember even talking about that, bringing it up. I don't remember. I might have. I don't know.
Did you tell her that you would even lie and plead guilty to get her out?
I said that because I felt she felt lost, and I didn't want her to believe that I would. I knew the truth. Only I did. So I wanted to tell her that to make her feel that I would do that.
That you would lie and admit something you didn't do. You ended up admitting something you did.
I did.
Now, without getting too explicit, did you tell her to engage in some kind of sexual conduct while she was in the jail?
To kill somebody?
No, sexual.
Oh, I thought we were talking about killing somebody. I don't know. I might have. I don't know.
Well, you tell her to touch herself or to masturbate or do things of that nature?
To kill somebody?
No, not to kill somebody. We're talking about sexual.
Oh, we're talking about that again. Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. We might have. It's jailing. It's jailing. If you've been in jail, you jail. That's how you jail.
Well, I don't
Past
know.
time. No, you've never been to jail.
That's how you jail.
I'm going to object to counsel's testimony. It's not a question.
I'm sorry, that was not improper. That's the next person.
We have 1 minute, Your Honor. You get me so excited, pull your pants down?
I might have. I don't remember all, because we had a lot of conversations. I might have.
When she said she was worried about camera scene, did you say it doesn't matter, I don't give a fuck?
I probably did.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you tell her to pull her pants down?
Jailing, man. Jailing is like golfing and bowling. You got bowl. You jail. That's how you jail when you do time.
You ever tell her you were her master, maestro?
It's a nickname. She used to call me that, goofing around before all this.
Do you ever tell her or instruct her to perform sexual acts with other men on the bus for your benefit?
I might have. Maybe. I might have.
Did you ever say you need to be a whore out there for me while you can, then tell me about it?
Could have been. Maybe.
Why'd you do that?
It's jailing.
You know about the incident involving the sperm and the toothpaste?
Oh, I heard about the killer toothpaste, yeah. I heard about it.
What do you know about that?
Trying to remember how that came about.
I'm just trying to
figure out why it's a big deal. I'm gonna try to answer your question. I really am.
Object non-responsive, move to strike.
I'm going to allow that to remain.
All right. I'll withdraw.
I think I got a kite that said, "Can you send me something of you?"
And when you say you got a kite, what do you mean by
I mean,
a kite?
that means you get something from somebody in jail. It's part of jailing, and you get it from somewhere somehow, and you know who it comes from. And she's, can you send me something of you? So I'm like, all right.
Well, how did you learn all these things? You say you know this. So, because you had been in jail before?
Because I've been in jail so long. This time, I've been here a long time.
But you knew Monica hadn't been in jail before.
No, I know that.
So were you teaching her this?
I'm not teaching her anything.
Well, did you teach her how to make three-way calls?
No. How could I do that?
Did you make three-way calls?
I did.
And what was the purpose of three-way calls?
To communicate with her.
Pardon?
To communicate with her.
With her?
Yeah.
How would you do that?
I would call a number. She would call a number and merge the call.
And how did she know what number to call?
I gave her a number.
How would you give her the number?
She would call somebody, gave her the number, said to call that number. She would call the number, I would call the number.
So you taught her how to communicate with you in the jail.
Well, I guess so, if that's teaching her. Maybe she knew how to do it already. I don't know.
Okay. But she followed your instructions, right?
For that time. No, you explained. You told me to explain it. I explained it. She may have already known this already.
Okay. But you ended up having a lot of three-way calls, didn't you?
I believe so. Yeah, we did.
And you exchanged a lot of kites, is that right?
I don't know, a few. I don't know about a lot, but a few.
And you knew your cells were being searched? Did you know that?
I did know that eventually.
Or did you know it while you were in there?
Yes, I did.
And you did it anyway, right? You exchanged.
Yeah, the answer is yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Did you have codes with her, like secret codes that you would write, secret messages in code?
We developed a way to do it.
Who developed the way to do it?
I came up with it.
You did?
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Jailing. You just sit in jail and you got plenty of time to think of stuff. So I come up with a possible way to be able to talk in peace.
Can you explain how you did the code and how you taught it to her?
I need to see the code again to remember. It might take me a while to figure it out because it's been a long, long time.
Well, rather than do that, it would take me a while to find it. Do you use like letters and numbers?
Yeah, letters and numbers.
To mean other letters or numbers?
Yeah.
And somehow, how do you give the code, how to break it to the other person?
You have to have a code word.
And did you do that?
That's what we did.
Mr. Baker, there reached a time we discussed earlier when you decided to enter a plea of guilty in this case. Is that right?
Correct.
You said you could have gotten a deal previously, but you never took it?
It was during that same time.
Did you ever take a deal?
Never.
Did you believe you could have had a deal if you wanted to, if you would have testified against Monica?
Yes.
Who told you that?
My attorney.
Or named the second person?
That was part of that deal. That was what he alluded to.
And you did neither. Is that correct?
I did nothing. Yeah.
Why were you protecting? I understand why you didn't want to take a deal against Monica. You didn't think she had anything to do with it.
Correct.
Why did you want to protect Mr. Austin?
Because I felt they had nothing.
No evidence.
That's the way I felt at the time. So I didn't want to say nothing about anything regarding him.
Even if it meant less time for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, tell us how you decided to enter a plea in this case, how you did that.
Well, like I said, I had four reasons to go ahead and plead no contest. One was the lack of information. The other reason was what I felt was lack of due process. I felt like it wasn't going my way at all. And the third one was the proffer deal, when I knew that there was no other way out except just go ahead and plead no contest.
Well, you didn't get a proffer deal.
No, they said I didn't. They said I didn't, but in that tank, I was told this. When I was in that tank, that's what that lawyer told me. He said, I told them the story, and it was, and he looked at me and said, and I looked at him and I said, they want her and they want a guy, huh? And he goes, I said, can't do it. I would be lying.
So what? You could have gone to trial.
I could have gone to trial.
Why didn't you?
I knew I wasn't going to get it. I knew it wasn't going to work. The due process thing was a problem.
You knew you were guilty.
I knew I was guilty too.
And you knew your DNA was found.
And
Correct.
that's it.
So when you decided to enter a plea, how did you go about doing that?
I just told him, just go ahead and tell him I'm going to plead out.
You told your lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And he told the judge.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So at that point, again, you were not getting any benefit for your entry of the guilty plea, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Did you know at the time that you decided to do that you would be sentenced to life without parole, the most serious sentence you can get in this state other than the death penalty?
I knew I was going to get life, period. I didn't know I was going to get all the extra stuff, but yeah.
When did you find that out?
The day he read the sentence off.
Right. So you thought you were going to be able to get out of jail?
No. I didn't think that at all.
You thought you were pleading to the rest of your life in jail?
For sure. Yeah, I did.
And you did that?
I did.
And you got sentenced to life without parole, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, after that, do you recall myself and my investigator, Mr. Dawson, coming to see you at the county jail?
I did.
And did we ask you whether or not Monica had anything to do with the murder?
Yeah, I remember the question.
Remember what you told us?
I said she has nothing to do with this.
Remember us asking you if you would be willing to testify truthfully in court?
I said I would.
With no deal?
Yep.
You
I said
agreed to
that.
do that?
I did.
Okay. And that's why you're here today and yesterday, correct?
Yes. Yes, sir, I am.
In the meantime, did you ever write a letter to Monica that we had given to her at your request? Remember that?
I do remember.
Did you write that after or before you entered your plea?
It was after.
And, well, Your Honor, I have marked as defense exhibit next, 628, a 7-page letter.
Very well.
Prosecution has seen it. I think you mentioned it in your opening statement. Can I approach you?
Again, you approach that permission.
Thank you. I'm not going to have you read this, Mr. Baker.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, and, sorry, I snoozed for a second there. I'm old. Object and move to strike counsel's statement that I mentioned at my opening. It actually was that I didn't mention.
Very well.
I guess the reporter knows, and it's not a big issue. Mr. Baker, is this the letter you gave us to give to Monica?
Yes.
You recognize it? It's,
Yeah.
is that your handwriting?
That is my handwriting.
Okay, it's a 7-page letter.
Okay.
Now, in that letter, did you tell the truth?
No, I didn't.
What did you lie about?
About who the second person was.
And why did you lie about that?
Throw the prosecution and the police off track.
Still protecting Mr. Off.
Was trying to.
Okay. Did you lie at all about your role in the commission of the murder?
I did.
What did you lie about?
I tried to lessen it.
Make it sound less
Horrible.
horrible. And how did you attempt to do that?
It was just a message to her to let her know how I felt. I didn't want her to think I just did it just to be as ruthless and heinous as they're trying to make it out to be. Like I was cold, like it was, and it was, but I wanted her to know.
So you came up with a version that made it look like you were kind of acting in self-defense a little bit, that he had attacked you. And
Counsel's testifying.
Just name.
well, the letter speaks for itself, but you tried to minimize
My role.
your role, how it occurred.
Yes.
Now, you knew that letter wasn't going to have any effect on your sentence or your plea.
No.
So why'd you want it sent to her?
So she could see it and at least kind of feel that, or see that I did this because I wanted her. It was a way of doing that. And I also wanted to see if this letter would get out to the media, which it did.
It made you look better than you look now.
Very true.
That's a fair statement?
It's a fair statement.
Now, you gave that letter to myself and Mr. Dawson to give to Monica, correct?
Correct.
And it contained lies in it as to what had happened that night, correct?
True.
You recall us telling you that we would not call you to the stand unless you told the truth?
I do remember that.
Did you ever then correct the lies that were contained in that letter?
Yeah, I came and told you guys the truth after a while.
Now, you say after a while. We came to see you several times, right?
Correct.
And we provided you with the information about the facts of the case that you never got from your attorney, right?
Well, I'm going to object this since facts, not evidence.
It's overruled.
You guys brought me what I asked for that I needed to know.
Some of the evidence in the
Yes.
case, including playing some of the overhears to you
That was new to me.
and telling you, the autopsy results, the facts that were being proven.
Yeah,
Yes.
Beating.
I'll allow this.
did we then ask you to tell us what really happened?
You did?
And did you eventually do that?
I did.
Now, along the way, did you continue to try to protect Mr. Austin?
I tried.
And in some of the interviews you had with us, did you tell us that the second person was someone named Jaybird?
Jaybird, JB, yeah.
Was that a real person or someone you made up?
Someone I made up.
And you told us a story that he was the second person and joined you and so forth and so on, correct?
That was the story I gave you guys, yeah.
Now, when was it when you finally told us the truth about Mr. Austin?
When I called my mother, and she told me they're looking for a guy named JB. And it amazed me how much information was being put out, and I knew it was useless to continue this farce.
Did you know whether or not Mr. Austin had eventually confessed and gotten a deal or leniency for his testimony?
Well, yeah, you told me about it later, yeah. I didn't know about it until much, later.
And after we told you he had pled guilty, did you then confirm that he, in fact, was the second killer?
I told you guys, yeah.
But before we had told you that he had confessed to being the second killer, were you still trying to protect him?
I was.
So after he had admitted it anyway, what, you felt it was okay now because you wouldn't be a snitch?
Yeah, I'm bleeding.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, I don't want to tell on the man at all.
In fact, when you told us finally that Mr. Austin was the second killer, you told us that you thought he hadn't even stabbed Mr. Sementilli at all, right?
I didn't know, no. I didn't think he did.
You only learned that when we told you that's what he had said.
Yep. I was surprised.
So after Mr. Austin had confessed, was there anyone else that you were trying to protect who had really participated in the murder?
No, there was no other participants.
And did you then tell us everything that you recalled happening that day involving the murder and your relationship with Monica, I'm sorry.
The best I could, yeah, the best I can.
And have you told us the truth today as to everything that you did and everything that she did?
To the best of my recollection. Yes,
You took an oath,
I did.
correct? Does that mean anything to you?
It does.
What?
It means that I'm swearing to God that I'm going to tell the truth. Like that statement I wrote was trash. I didn't swear to that. That was fables. That's not even a true statement. It's not an official statement.
You swore in this case.
This one I am. I'm swearing on this one.
Now, you are a convicted murderer, correct?
Yes.
And you committed a heinous crime.
Yeah, I did.
But are you telling the truth about what happened?
It's nothing to lose.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Leave a man far.
Nothing to lose, right?
Yes.
Because you got LWOP. What does LWOP mean?
As far as I know, life without parole.
That's what it means, right? You're
That's-
saying that's what you thought it meant?
Yes.
Does that mean you're not sure?
Until I see it in front of my face, I'm just going by what I'm told.
It was in front of your face. You were in this courtroom in front of this judge, Judge Cohen, weren't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He explained it to you,
He sure did.
right?
He did.
So when you said you didn't even know that you were going to be admitting to all these other things the day that you were here for your plea, that was a lie to this jury, right?
No,
No?
No, I don't
You didn't
think so.
know ahead of the time.
I didn't know what.
You didn't. You just told us a few minutes ago that you didn't know you were going to be pleading to, I think you said, all this extra stuff.
Oh, you're talking about the 25 to life. Yeah. I knew it the day when it was read to me.
So you didn't know about any of that until this judge told you about that. Judge Cohen?
Yeah,
That's what you're saying?
about the 25 to life part, yeah.
Your Honor, I have a transcript of the defendant's plea and sentencing from July 7th of 2023. May it be marked, please, as People's Exhibit, I believe it's 276. Am I correct?
It is. Correct.
Twice a day. I'm correct.
It's just being marked right now.
This is unlike other transcripts.
I'm sorry?
Counsel asked, it's just being marked right now, and I just told him it's unlike other transcripts. This will be received.
No objection.
So, in this case, on July 7th, Judge Cohen, this judge right here sitting next to you, right?
Okay.
He was here, right?
Yes.
You were here, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer, Mr. Simran, was here.
Yes.
Mr. Levine was here.
Okay.
Miss Burke was here, right?
I think so.
I was here.
You were here.
Yeah. And the judge told you that his understanding was that Mr. Simran, your client, meaning you, wishes to plead guilty to all the charges and admit all the allegations and the special circumstances in this case. Remember that?
Okay.
You want to see it?
I believe you. I don't have to be the first time I've seen it.
Well, you were here. You don't have to see
Well, you
it.
asked me, did I want to see
You
it?
were here, right?
It's overruled.
You were here, weren't you?
I was here.
So this was all read to you. It's open court, just like we're sitting here today. There's a bunch of people in here, including Fabio's family, right?
It is.
Okay, so this wasn't new to you, right?
No, it's not new.
Okay. And you said, because the judge asked you correctly, is that correct? Is that what you wish to do, sir? And you said, what?
What does it say there?
No, I'm asking you,
I don't
sir.
remember. I'm going.
So the way this works is I ask the questions and you give the
Okay,
answer.
well, I don't know the answer because I might have said something else.
Oh, okay, so you don't remember what you said?
I'm pretty sure I said I do, or yes, or something like that. I affirmed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, there it is.
Remember that?
I do see it now. It's the first time I've seen this.
Again, you were here,
No,
right?
I was here. First time I've seen this
It's asked
paperwork.
and answered, Your Honor.
It's overruled.
That's your words,
Yes.
right? Came out of your mouth.
You say so.
Oh, so you're saying maybe the court reporter took it down wrong? You didn't
Not
admit
saying
to
that.
this?
Not saying that at all.
This is going to go well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I said this is going to go well. We're going to be here for days.
I don't know if I can object to that or not, but I don't want to be here for days.
That was an improper statement.
Sorry, Your Honor. Do you remember the judge reading to you the charges in the indictment, which you had also heard at your arraignment in Superior Court?
I'm sure he did, yeah.
Okay. And you remember being with me and your defense attorney in court after the grand jury indicted you in LA County, right? Years before. On the
Okay.
same charges,
Yes.
right? So you knew what all the charges were.
I knew what the charges were.
And you knew what all the allegations were.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah?
If they were read to me, I probably heard it.
Okay. You probably heard it. So you might not have been paying attention when the judges read you the charges?
Maybe not.
Oh, okay. Were you listening when this judge read to you, Judge Cohen read to you what you were pleading to?
That day, yes.
Okay. So you know that he read that the indictment charges you with, again, this had been read to you before, but on the day you pled in July of 23, count 1 with a violation of Penal Code Section 187, subsection A, murder in the first degree. You remember that, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And count 2, a violation of Penal Code Section 182, subsection A, conspiracy to commit murder, right? So you knew 187 was murder, right?
Okay.
You knew, is that yes?
Yes.
And you knew you were also charged with conspiracy to commit murder.
Yes.
Okay. And you pled no contest, right?
Yes.
And then this judge reminded you that a plea of no contest is the same as a guilty plea. There's no difference. And he asked you if you understood. And you said yes,
I
right?
did. I did.
And then he asked you, do you further admit the following special circumstances are true? That is, under Penal Code Section 190.2, subsection A, subsection 1, that you intentionally committed the murder for purposes of financial gain. Do you remember that?
I do.
And what did you say?
I do.
You said yes.
Okay. I affirmed.
And then the court also asked, do you admit the other special circumstance under Penal Code Section 190.2, subsection A, subsection 17, that you intentionally committed the murder by means of lying in wait. Do you remember that?
I do.
And what was your answer?
I think I said yes again.
Okay. And then the court also asked you, and these are questions, he's not telling you, he's asking you, do you further admit as to that count, the allegation under Penal Code Section 12022, subsection B, subsection 1, that you personally used a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, in the commission of the offense? Do you remember that?
I don't. But I said yes to anything at that day.
Oh, okay.
So I probably said yes to everything, so I'm not going to deny that.
So here on page 6, here's what I just read you. That's all been highlighted.
Okay.
And then right here, down here, he asked if you also used a knife, and you said yes. Remember that?
Not really, but I'm going to say yes. I don't remember. I don't remember.
So in this case, you knew exactly what you were entering pleas to, because not only did Mr. Simran go over it with you, but this judge went over it with you while I was sitting right here.
Okay.
You remember that?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yeah. Sure.
Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admonition applies. You'll now discuss this case among yourselves. If anyone else will express any opinion till the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30.
This is a test. Check 1, 2. This is a test. Check 1, 2. This is a test. Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check, check 1, 2. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test. Check 1, 2. Test. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
We had to do a little matter outside your presence. I apologize. Mr. Baker is under oath. Ms. Silverman, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Earlier today, when Mr. Levine was asking you questions about the letter that you gave to him, you called the letter, I believe, trash,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said it was ridiculous.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Not really, but if I
We'll go over it.
yeah.
So I mentioned that letter in my opening statement by saying it was ridiculous. Would you agree with me your letter was ridiculous?
I agree.
Would you agree with me that your testimony here today was also ridiculous?
Sustained.
Who gave you a pants, jacket, and a button-down shirt to wear?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained.
It's not your clothes, right?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
You're right now in state prison serving your sentence and were brought out by the defense to testify, right?
I'm in county jail. I'm in county jail. I came from prison.
You were in Wasco, right?
Before this, yes.
Okay. So state prison,
Yes.
where you were sent to serve your sentence,
Yes.
and then you were brought out from Wasco to the county jail
Correct.
to testify for your lover, right?
Right.
So ruled.
Right?
Ex-lover. Yeah.
Well, it's hard to have sex when you're in custody, right?
Yeah, definitely.
However, the two of you tried numerous times, right?
Seems to be a big thing.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Yeah. Not really. We talked
did.
about it. Talked about it.
Did the two of you engage in various sex acts right here in the disgusting, filthy lockup behind this courtroom? Sorry.
I think they had us separated the whole time, so no.
You didn't engage in any sex acts.
We're separated the whole time. No.
Do you consider masturbation to be a sex act?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then let me rephrase then. Did you engage in masturbation in the lockup along with the defendant?
I know I did.
And she did too, right?
I think she showed herself, since it's the big thing. Yeah.
She did, right?
She showed herself.
Meaning what? What did she show?
Herself.
What part of herself?
I don't remember. Probably whatever she had underneath her clothes.
What would that be? You would know, right? So what is that?
I would know.
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
She showed you her vagina, right?
I know she showed me her breasts.
And her vagina.
She may have. I don't remember.
There's
It's been
a
a long
whole
time.
recording where she showed you how she shaved your initials into her pubic hair. Right?
That I didn't know.
Really?
No.
So I'll pull that for you and we'll play that one next week. What about
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
her buttocks? Did she pull down her pants and show you her buttocks?
Probably.
And did you tell her then to bend over so you could get a better look?
Probably.
And did she do that too?
I think so.
You remember that, right?
It's been a long time ago.
You
Everything's
remember
fading.
that though, right?
Yeah, probably did.
And this went on over and over and over again, right? When you came to court?
Not all the time. No, just here and there.
Here and there.
Yeah.
How many times do you think the two of you engaged in various non-sex acts involving masturbation?
I wasn't counting, so I don't know.
Maybe more than a couple?
More than a couple.
And you, in turn, also showed your private parts, right?
Yeah, just trying not to kill nobody. No.
You didn't?
No, I did.
Okay. And you actually masturbated until you ejaculated in the lockup, right?
Probably.
Probably?
Probably.
yes?
I don't remember. I don't make that the highlight of my day.
Well,
That time. It was
the
there for
highlight
that
of
moment.
Her day, right? Because what she said to you was, "Oh, baby, I love seeing that," right?
Objection, that's argument.
It's overruled.
I don't know. I don't remember all that.
Okay. Well, then I will pull that for you as well.
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
Do you want to change your answer before we have to play those in
Change
court?
my answer to what?
To any of those questions that you just said you don't remember.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I don't remember.
Okay.
Every detail like that. Every
So,
detail.
none of those things do you deny?
I don't deny it.
And the two of you often laid on the ground back there so that you could see each other underneath the bars while you were doing these types of acts.
No.
Right?
Can't,
No?
You can't do that by laying on the bars.
Did you not lay on the ground?
Not while masturbating, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Now, you also told this jury that at some point you were offered, or you were told you could receive a lighter sentence if you were to give a proffer. Is that right?
That way I understood it, yes.
Okay. Did we ever have such a conversation?
You and I know.
Sir, do you have any documentation showing that anybody in the district attorney's office ever offered you such an offer?
I never got paperwork, period.
I think you also said today to this jury that you called your mom at some point and that your mom said it was all over the news that they were looking for Jaybird. Did you say that?
JB.
JB.
That's what she told me.
Did you ever see anything about that on the news?
I hardly got the news.
Well,
Rarely.
you've been watching this trial in custody, right?
Trying to, but I can't get it from where I am.
But you did say that you have seen portions of it. You told
Pieces.
defense counsel that.
Pieces.
So you've been watching portions of people's testimony, correct?
No, I wasn't able to hear it. I can only see figures because my eyesight is bad and the TV's far away.
Okay. All right. Did you tell defense counsel, Mr. Levine, that you had been watching some of it on television through court TV?
I have. I could see this on court TV.
Okay. Did your attorney ever come to you with any paperwork for you to sign or review that indicated that there was any type of deal being offered by the DA in this case?
No, I didn't. I haven't seen anything.
Did he ever explain to you that in order to get a deal, that there's a chain of command? You understand chain of command from the military, right?
I do.
Okay. So you understand that there are multiple levels of authority in an organization, correct?
True.
And that documentation has to be sent up the chain for permission and documentation comes back down for permission for various actions, right?
In the military, yes.
Okay. And was anything ever presented to you through anybody in the DA's office saying that they were interested in making any kind of deal with you?
No, I didn't see anything.
Now, you also said during your testimony that the defense attorney, Mr. Levine, played various overhears for you.
Yes.
Which overhears were played for you?
No, I wouldn't know which ones.
You wouldn't know? They were played for you.
Yeah, I don't remember what was. It was just too much. It was just too much.
Too
I
much.
don't remember. Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't get enough information from your attorney and you were starved and wanting more information regarding
I haven't heard the question. I'll take your objection on submission.
what the evidence was in this case because you didn't get it from your attorney, correct?
True.
It's overruled.
And so you asked Mr. Levine and their investigator to provide you with various items of evidence in this case, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you asked them to show you various items of evidence repeatedly when they interviewed you, right?
Repeatedly?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it was like
That means
repeatedly.
on more than one occasion.
I might have.
That's argumentative.
I don't know.
It's overruled.
I might.
True?
Huh? Say again?
True.
I don't remember asking for the same thing over and over again. They usually just brought what I asked.
They brought you whatever you asked for.
No, yeah, if I asked for something specific.
So what kind of things did you ask for?
I wanted to see the text messages.
Okay, so you saw those.
I wanted to.
Text messages
What-
between you and the defendant.
Just all my text messages, all of them.
Okay.
I wanted to see all of them.
Okay, what else did you see?
I wanted to see. I wanted to hear audio
Which audio?
from Austin's audio, but they said they couldn't let me hear it, so I didn't hear it.
So did you get transcripts instead?
Eventually, I did a few of them.
So which transcripts of Austin's statements were you provided?
I don't know how many there were. How many were there?
Remember the rules this morning we went over?
I don't know how many there were, so I can't tell you. I only saw one.
One transcript now.
That's all I saw is one of his. Yeah. Is there more? I don't know.
Which one was it?
I don't know. If there's this one, then it was that one.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There were no transcripts given to Mr. Baker.
Well, that's not what he just said.
I'm sorry, sir. Your objection's overruled.
I was shown them. Actually, I wasn't even shown. I was read them.
They were read to you. Oh,
Yeah.
even better. Okay, good.
Your Honor, the comments are inappropriate and argumentative.
It's overruled.
So first you told the jury that you haven't seen anything on television. Then we clarified you have, that you've been watching court TV. Then you told us that they brought you whatever you asked for. You weren't allowed to hear Austin's audio of his interviews, but you were provided transcripts. Then that answer changed, and now the transcripts were read to you. Do I have all of that correct?
Your Honor.
It's overruled.
Is that all correct?
Well, you just heard that, but you're taking it out of context. But okay, yes.
Tell them. They're here. Did you? Is that what you said?
Improper.
That is improper. Sustained.
Did you tell us under oath that the defense attorney read you Austin's transcripts? Yes or no?
The defense attorney did not.
Did his investigator read you Austin's transcripts?
He read pieces of it.
Pieces of it.
Yes.
Which pieces did he read to you?
I can't remember. I didn't memorize the transcript, so I don't know.
When was this?
It was a couple of days ago.
So it just happened a couple days ago, but you don't remember what they were?
I don't.
Okay. So then why did you ask to listen to the audio or see the transcripts?
I wanted to hear what he had to say.
So that you could fit your story around the evidence, correct?
No, just wanted to hear what he had to say.
Okay. You have repeatedly changed your story in this case to fit the evidence, correct?
Officially, no.
There's only, I don't know when you say officially, I don't know what that means. I'm just asking you. You
My,
have repeatedly changed your story to fit the evidence in this case, correct?
are you asking me or are you telling me what to say?
Your Honor?
I will. On an official statement, I've been honest with you. On everything else is nothing.
What in your mind is official versus
When I swore in.
So if you were to have a conversation with defense counsel where they're asking you to tell the truth and you lie to them, you would consider that to be unofficial?
True.
So it's okay that they asked you to tell the truth and that you repeatedly lied to them.
I did lie to them.
Over and over and over and over again, right?
Some ports here, some ports no.
Approximately how many times do you think you had conversations with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I wasn't counting. More
us
than
just
two,
approx-
3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know, whatever the count was.
So you think maybe as high as 6?
I don't know.
Could it be more?
I don't know.
Could it be double?
I doubt that very seriously.
You doubt it.
Yeah.
Okay. The minute that defense counsel told you that Austin had been arrested is when you asked to hear his statements, correct?
Yes, that's what I would normally do on any case, yeah.
Because you're an investigator in this case?
No.
Okay. So, yes, as soon as they told you Austin had been arrested, you asked to hear his statement.
I asked, can I hear it? And they said they couldn't play the audio for me.
But they read it to you, as you said.
Not even that day, no.
The next day.
No, it wasn't the next day. Wasn't. I didn't hear anything until 2 days before.
When you mean 2 days ago this week?
Or whenever they came last.
So you don't think this could have been months ago that you did this?
About hearing the transcripts? About hearing the guy read the transcripts? Yeah, that was the first time.
Okay, so it was months ago.
No, I just said it was a couple of days ago.
Okay. And then when you were told that Austin gave a proffered statement where he was sworn under oath, you again asked to hear his statement, correct?
No, I just asked to hear his statement, period. I don't know about the proffer or the other statement. Or.
All right, well, we'll go through it all then. What else were you provided by defense counsel?
What was going to happen, the procedure was going to go on next when trial was maybe going to start.
I'm talking about materials relating to the case, as I asked you about earlier. You said all the text messages, you wanted to hear audio, you were given read Austin's transcripts. What else were you provided?
And it showed me some video early on, the video of the guys running, or me and Austin running up, and then the car going down. And we talked about that.
The jogger video.
Right.
What else?
I'm trying to remember because my memory is failing because I'm getting old. So hang on, bear with me. Bear with me. Because most of the time I just let them talk so I can hear what was being said because I was happy to hear information.
Again, what else did
I'm
you
thinking.
ask for that you were provided, sir?
I'm thinking.
Take your time.
That was the gist of it.
That was it.
That was the gist of it.
So there's nothing else.
There might be more. I just don't remember.
You were also asked by defense counsel about your service in the military, correct?
Yeah, 30 years ago, yep.
And eventually you left, separated from the military, correct? From the Army?
Correct.
And what kind of separation did you receive?
OTH.
What is that?
Other than honorable.
And why was that?
As I said earlier, because I had caught another case.
You caught another case.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you received a dishonorable separation from the Army, correct?
There's different ones of that. No, there's a different one.
It's not that one.
It's other than honorable. There's dishonorable, there's a bad conduct, and there's good conduct. So it's the one step below good conduct.
Other than honorable?
Yes.
Which means not honorable,
Objection.
right?
Argumentative and no
Other than honorable, it means what it says, right?
That's argumentative.
It's overruled.
Correct?
You would have to look up the regulation to figure that out, because I'm telling you the status of it. I don't go into the details. I don't have the regulation sitting in front of me. There's a regulation for it.
See this?
Yep.
Baker's discharge will be characterized as other than honorable. You see that?
I just said that.
That means not honorable.
Objection,
right?
Your Honor. That's what you testified to. This has been asked and answered.
His name.
Argumentative.
His name.
Why did you receive an other than honorable discharge from the Army?
Objection calls for no foundation calls for
It's overruled.
You said you caught a case, right? What kind of case?
It was a lewd and lascivious act with a minor.
One?
It was one person.
One count?
I don't know the counts. I don't know how they got the counts. I just went along with the deal.
Well, how many counts did you plead to?
Objection irrelevant.
It's overruled.
I don't remember. I really don't. I know it was just one person, not 7 people.
Who said anything about 7 people?
No one. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like you're trying to say that.
Oh, no, I'm going to tell you exactly, and I'm going to ask you a question. Who's Narlin Lopez?
Wow. You're going to put her name out there like that, huh?
No, you did that by getting up on the stand.
I'm done with this, man. I'm done with this. I'm not trying to bring her up in this.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to bring. She's a victim in this. I'm not trying.
Sir, just have a seat. Right there. Let's see, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to tell us who she is?
I'm not talking about this case, that case anymore. It has nothing to do with this one.
Your Honor?
I'm done, man. I'm done.
Information that this can be inquired. Please answer the question.
I'm not answering any questions regarding that case. It has nothing to do with this one.
You referred to it as a stupid case in your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
What case is that?
The case that you're saying you're going to refuse to talk about.
Oh, yeah, well, then
Right?
I'm done talking about it.
So you were convicted in this particular case of 6 counts, right? Your Honor?
Answer the question, please.
Judge, I'm not going to answer these questions.
Sir, here's the issue. You have to answer the question.
I don't see the relevance in this whole thing between one or the other.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to excuse me for a couple of seconds outside, please. The evidence will apply. thank you for your patience. I would have brought you in earlier, but Esther needed to finish a piece of pizza, so excuse her. Thank you. Sir, again, you're still under oath, and Ms. Zimmerman, you may continue.
Thank you. Again, you were actually convicted of 6 different counts, correct?
6 counts.
Yes?
I think so.
You don't know.
I don't remember how many counts it was. I just took a deal for the whole thing, so I never really.
So,
It's a long time ago.
1993. How old were you?
31,
And how old was the victim?
14, 15.
And count 1 was a violation of Penal Code Section 288A, subsection C, oral copulation on a minor 14 or under, correct?
I don't remember what it was. I thought it was just 288, whatever it was.
Was that Long Beach, right? Right? Long Beach?
Yes.
288A, subsection C, oral copulation. Correct?
It's arrest. This is the arrest thing, right? This is the arrest?
This is what you were convicted of, sir.
I didn't even know this.
You didn't know. You pled to all these counts. Is that kind of like how you didn't know what you were pleading to in this
I'm
case?
telling you the truth. I didn't know it was all this. I thought it was just.
Excuse me, sir, there's an objection. Sustained.
You were also convicted of Penal Code Section 288.5, subsection A, continuous sexual abuse of a child, correct?
I don't know this.
Okay. How about count 3? Penal Code Section 288A, subsection B, subsection 2, oral copulation with a person under 16. Were you convicted of that as well?
I thought it was just lewd and lascivious acts. That's all I thought it was. 7 counts of lewd and lascivious acts. That's all I
7
remember.
counts.
That's what I thought it was.
Okay. Because earlier you said 1, so I just want to make sure
I
we're
didn't say
clear.
that.
Count 4, a violation of Penal Code Section 286, subsection B, subsection
Judge.
2, sodomy of a person under 16, correct?
I don't know. I
Okay.
really don't. I thought it was something totally different that I pled to. Not that.
Count 5, Penal Code Section 288A, lewd or lascivious acts with a child under 14, right?
It's not what I thought I pled to.
Okay. Count 6,
Can we check that? Can we
a violation of
If you don't remember, or you don't think that was it, then say exactly
Okay,
that.
I don't remember.
Count 6, a violation of Penal Code Section 261.5, unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you see here, count 1, 288,
I do see it.
convicted?
I see that.
See that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If that was the only conviction, then the rest of this was.
Maybe, wait,
I'm sorry.
good idea. 2 years state prison, you see that?
It's out of focus, but
Yeah, it'll come back, give it a sec. It's thinking. See that?
yeah, I see that.
5 additional counts, all counts convicted, you see that?
I see it.
See the other counts here? 288C?
I see that too.
Okay. 5 counts of 288C, you see that?
I see that.
Yeah. And you see here, you know what that is? PC 290?
It's registration.
Right. Were you also convicted of failure to register as a sex offender after those offenses?
Somewhere down the line, yes.
Yep. And then several times, correct?
Twice. Not several.
All right. So are you clear now that you were convicted of
288C?
numerous counts that I just read to you? All of the counts that I just read to you.
So not all the A's and B's, all that too was included?
All of them. Did you see that?
I saw it now,
Do you
but
want to put it back up?
huh? It's up to you. It's already out there.
So you agree with me? Those were the counts you were convicted of.
I saw 288C. I saw that for sure.
All right. And you referred to this as a stupid case in your interview.
Which stupid case? This one or that one?
Yeah, this is a stupid case. Right?
It's my opinion. For me, it is.
She was your stepdaughter, right?
Yes.
So you were married to her mother.
Yes.
That was Vanessa.
All right, here we go again. The names, man. It's gonna put these people on blast again.
I don't have to do this again. Take a deep breath, Mr. Baker.
Correct? You mentioned this victim yesterday in your testimony, right?
Yes. I'll sustain that.
Motion to strike.
Well, it was by counsel. Statements of counsel are not evidence.
You testified about this yesterday, right? Mr. Levine brought this all up when he asked you if the two of you had made pornos together or were in the business together. Do you remember all that?
I do.
Okay, so you talked about it without any problem yesterday. In fact, you brought it up.
Without mentioning names, yes.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about it yesterday?
Which part? You're kind of all over the place.
I'm sorry?
You're kind of all over the place. I'm trying to get an idea which part are you talking about? Which part are you talking about?
I'm going to object. There's no question.
There is no question pending.
You said that because of this case, you brought this up, they chased you all the time
That's the truth.
because you were convicted of numerous counts of sex with a 14 and a 15-year-old, correct?
Are you just making a statement or you're asking me?
Your Honor,
Yes, he was correct. Either yes or no.
I said something to that effect.
was that the truth?
That they were chasing me? Yeah.
Because you were failing to register, correct?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that every time you commit a crime, you blame it on law enforcement?
Objection is argument.
Overruled.
Every time I come in, I blame. No, I haven't.
You said they chased you.
For the 290 registration portion? Yes. So we're on trial for the 290 now. All right. Yes, they chase me constantly, always trying to find a way to get anyone who failed to register properly.
It's the law, sir. It's your violation, not theirs, correct?
Counsel, now you're testifying and you're being argumentative.
Correct?
It's the law.
There is no question pending.
On this case, you told the police the only reason they were interested in you is because you were a sex offender, right?
Did I say that? Yes or no? Did I say
Answer
that?
the question, sir.
I don't remember. I don't remember me saying that.
Throughout this case, you've been saying that the police were
Oh, okay. Got you. Initially, yes.
Well, the whole way until you came in and pled. For 7 years, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
It always ran across my mind, constantly, yes.
But the truth was, you did commit the crime.
And that is the truth.
But yet, you went on for years and years and claimed that law enforcement was lying.
Let's ask and answer, Your Honor.
It's overruled.
Do you understand the difference between a truth and a lie?
I do.
If I were to hold up my pen and say this pen is blue, is that the truth or a lie?
Your Honor, that's argument.
Sustained.
And then I think you said that you married the victim in this case, correct?
A domestic partnership. I called it a marriage for me. But legally, no.
Okay, so you were not married.
No.
So when you told Mr. Levine in one of the interviews that you had been married to this victim, that was not true either.
By law, no.
Okay. And then, who did you marry next? You were asked about this yesterday.
I'm not giving any more names out.
Who was the person you were married to after the victim?
I'm not giving any more names out.
Your Honor.
We talked about this, and it wasn't brought out yesterday. I don't think we need to know the name.
I'm sorry?
We do not need to know the name.
And was that a real marriage?
Yes.
And then a third time, Who did you marry that time?
That was the other name that you used earlier.
Okay. The victim,
Before her.
Vanessa.
There we go again.
You asked, did you not?
I'm trying to keep these people's names off the TV.
But you put them up there by getting on the stand, right?
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
Mr. Levine told you that you were going to have to answer all the questions that either side put to you, and you had no problem answering the questions when he stood up here for a day and a half.
That's argument.
Right?
Sustained.
So how many times have you been married?
4.
4 times. Yesterday, you told us that you were married twice, and the third one you didn't marry. Is that not true now?
Say that one more time. I'm jumping numbers in my head.
You
One
can't
more
remember
time.
the number of people
I
you were
can't
married
remember
to?
anything these days. Go ahead.
You told defense counsel you had been married 5 times.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that was also not true.
Correct.
And then you said that you had a business where you were in the office all the time on the phone. Remember that yesterday?
I did.
What's the name of that business?
Oz Entertainment Group. Also, D-Rob Enterprises was the other name of it too.
I'm sorry,
D-Rob Enterprises.
D-Rock?
D-R-O-B. D as in D-R-O-B.
D and Rob.
Yes.
D was one of your wives. You brought it up, sir.
Asked and answered irrelevant.
That's overruled.
You brought it up, correct?
You asked me the name of the business.
And you said Oz, and then on your own you brought up the other.
Then you-
Wasn't D also one of your wives?
That's not the business name though.
So D-Rob didn't mean D and Rob.
It's doing the same thing again.
Your Honor.
You kill me with this.
So we'll make it easier.
It's going to keep on going.
No, it won't.
Yes.
Okay. And then you told us that after meeting the defendant in 2015, that within a couple of weeks, the two of you began a sexual relationship. Correct?
I believe it was 2016.
So you began having sex after you met her in 2015, which would have been in 2016. Correct?
I met her in 2016,
Okay.
not 2015. So it was a couple of weeks.
Remember giving her a racquetball lesson in the end of 2015?
It was 2016.
Okay. That you remember?
I didn't meet her till 2016.
Okay. And then do you still stand by your statement from yesterday that within a couple of weeks of meeting her, you said the two of you were having sex?
Yeah.
And you said that you were working, you said a hobby job as the league director at LA Fitness, correct?
Correct.
And you said that it was a hobby job because you weren't making much money?
I stopped working.
I'm sorry?
I stopped working as a manager.
Okay. And so you were now working for LA Fitness as the racquetball coordinator.
Correct.
And I'm assuming you were making a minimal salary.
Correct.
So how is it that you were able to go out to all of these restaurants and bars and travel and things of that nature that you told everybody about yesterday?
I had certain residual money coming in from different places.
Like what?
Clients who owed me money. Certain checks would still come in.
Okay. And so that provided you with enough money, you're saying, to
Yeah.
be able to pay for all of these trips and restaurants and bars and clubs.
Yeah.
You also told us yesterday that you met Fabio Sementilli at LA Fitness after a couple months of having sex with the defendant.
After 2 weeks after that, yeah, somewhere down the line, I met him.
And that you then started playing racquetball with him.
That one time, yes.
One time.
Yeah.
Okay. And that one time that you played racquetball with Fabio, you were already involved in a relationship with the defendant, his wife.
Yes.
You also said that you and the defendant communicated through a texting app, correct?
Correct.
And you said that was Viber, correct?
Yes.
But you said you didn't use it for secrecy.
No, I didn't.
So why is it then that the night of the murder, you deleted the application and all the relevant data regarding Viber from your phone?
Viber was glitchy. It was very glitchy.
So it's just a total coincidence that that night after the murder, you took the time to do that.
It was glitchy. Got rid of the app.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
So you told us earlier today about how you were rushing around and panicked and had all these different things you needed to accomplish after the murder, like the 2 cars,
Right.
cleaning out the Porsche, going to the market to buy cleaning supplies, going back to your apartment, packing up anything that might connect you to the defendant, getting rid of all of those items, taking Mr. Austin to the flyaway, going to LA Fitness. But somehow that night, it was important to you to delete the Viber app containing all of your communications with the defendant.
It was glitchy all day, and I know it went out on hers a lot. It went out on mine, so we deleted.
Both of you?
Usually that's how it works.
Oh, okay. So at some point in time on the 23rd, you communicated with her so that you would both delete the Viber app at the same time, correct?
I think she mentioned that she was going to delete it because it was glitchy, and I said I'm going to delete mine too.
So you both decided that on January 23rd. Where did that conversation take place?
On Viber.
So it worked enough to be able to communicate that?
It was glitchy.
Yes.
It's in and out.
Heard you. So what time do you think you deleted Viber?
I don't know.
On the 23rd?
I don't have that information in front of me. I don't know.
Day?
It's 10 years ago. I don't know. Or 8 years ago.
Night?
Probably daytime.
Daytime.
Yeah.
What time? Before or after the two of you played racquetball at LA Fitness?
It was after that.
Before or after the murder?
I stayed off the phone, so it had to be before.
Approximately how many times do you think the two of you messaged through Viber on the day of the murder?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well,
I
it was
really
glitchy.
don't.
So maybe
It-
only a couple?
It would go in and out. You would get some, like when you make a call.
Yeah.
It would fade in and out, and it would cut off, or it would act weird. It would just act glitchy. It did that from time to time. Mm-hmm. So when it started doing that, we usually deleted the app and reinstalled. Had to go reinstall it and all that stuff.
But you never did reinstall it, did you?
Not after that. It was a lot going on.
So when you said we would delete it because it was glitchy and then we'd reinstall it, that didn't occur though after the murder.
No.
And the defendant didn't communicate with you via Viber anymore either.
We didn't communicate at all.
You didn't communicate at all.
At all.
You sure about that?
After the murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you didn't message her at 5:14 after the murder?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I don't see the text. I don't know.
And it wouldn't have been via Viber, because as you told us, you deleted that before the murder.
Correct.
Okay. And she wasn't trying to message you that afternoon through Viber?
I don't remember that. No, I don't remember.
Okay. What about the day before? Did you guys use Viber the day before?
We usually use Viber all the time.
But you said it was glitchy.
It does get glitchy. That's why we deleted it, because it was getting glitchier.
I see. So the last time either of you communicated via Viber would have been before the murder, sometime during
Sometime
the day.
before the day, yeah.
What about to make arrangements to meet up at LA Fitness? Did that take place also through Viber?
Everything went through Viber.
So it worked well enough so that both of you knew to meet at LA Fitness that day?
Yeah, probably did. It's probably glitchy too, but still. It doesn't mean it doesn't work. It doesn't mean it didn't work. It's just glitchy. It just kind of goes in and out and acts weird.
Do you recall listening to an overhear that the defense provided you, where the two of you and the defendant, whispered about Viber and hoping that law enforcement wouldn't be able to recover it from your cell phones? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the conversation. I don't even remember the transcripts. I'm sure if you said it's there, it's there.
Okay. So, how did the two of you communicate once both of you discussed on the day of the murder, prior to the murder, dumping Viber and deleting it from your phones? How did the two of you communicate thereafter?
We didn't for weeks and weeks.
How many?
No, on Viber? I don't think I used Viber again.
You didn't. My question was, how did you communicate after that? And you said you didn't for weeks and weeks. So I asked you how many weeks.
I don't know. I don't know. That's why I wanted to text, so I could see all this stuff. I don't know.
Again, so that you could fit your answers to the evidence, correct?
No, I'm actually looking for other stuff, but I would like to have known that all the other texts before this, way before this.
So that you could, again, make your answers fit the evidence.
No, so I could know how to fight a case.
Okay. Same thing, right?
No.
Sustained.
So how, let me ask it maybe a third time, how did the two of you communicate after weeks and weeks after dumping the Viber app?
Eventually, there was some kind of text, regular text on a phone, and then I know that she used to use WhatsApp. So eventually you started using WhatsApp because it was less glitchy.
Why did you need to use WhatsApp if the defendant was now a widow and that there was no potential that her husband might find out that she was communicating with you? What is it that the two of you were trying to conceal?
No one was trying to conceal anything except me. I'm the only one trying to conceal. It's just me.
Mm-hmm. So why did the two of you need to communicate again through another encrypted app?
Well, the other part of this is she still didn't want her family to know that she had an affair. Mm-hmm. So that was important also. So it was still not trying to be holding hands and none of that. It was a little bit too early.
Okay. So again, why would you need to use an encrypted app if the only thing you were really covering up was a love affair?
Shouldn't that have an answer?
It's overruled.
Because that was it. It was trying to cover a side of a love affair. That was it.
Okay. So it isn't that the two of you were trying to conceal the fact that you conspired to kill her husband?
Because there was no conspiracy on her side.
I see. Okay. And so
Comments are not appropriate.
They are not.
then you began using WhatsApp. When do you think you began using that encrypted app?
8 years ago. I don't know.
Estimate.
Estimates is, I don't want, estimate, I don't know. I really don't.
You don't know.
Probably, I mean, I had been using WhatsApp anyway.
Really?
I think so, way
Do you know
before
what
that.
date you installed it on your phone?
I don't know. I have no paperwork. I don't have all that information in front of me. Never have.
But you're telling us that you had been using it anyway, so you probably had it at the same time as the Viber app.
Probably.
Okay. You also said that you were trying to keep your relationship secret in every way possible, right?
Yes.
But the two of you had been dating along with another couple, right?
Yes.
Every time Fabio went out of town, right?
Wrong.
Okay. So how many times do you think you went out to dinner with Sheila and Ricardo?
2 or 3.
And where do you think you guys met for dinner?
Where we met? Where who met?
The four of you.
Oh, various restaurants.
Such as what?
I don't even remember the names. It's been a long time ago. I don't even remember anymore.
How about Chocho-san?
That's one.
How many times do you think you went there with them?
With them? Maybe once, twice.
How about Cravings?
I don't even remember Cravings.
Okay. How about Delmonico's?
Once there.
Okay. Lobster? Right?
You mean eating lobster there?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what I had. I have no paperwork. I have nothing. I don't know. I can't remember that far.
Okay. So if you were going out with Ricardo and Sheila, you obviously weren't keeping the relationship secret, correct?
Well, not 100%. I kind of trusted them.
Okay. And then I think the defendant, that Mr. Levine asked you if you also had been having a relationship with Paula, correct?
Correct.
Sean McCullum, was he somebody who was a good friend of yours?
Yes.
Close relationship?
With both of them, yes.
And you told him you loved him, right? Like a brother.
Yeah, I did.
And was that also during the time that you were having sex with his wife?
Yes.
So that was a lie also, right?
What was the lie again?
Your whole relationship
With who?
with Sean McCullum.
I still love him, and I still love him. Doesn't matter. I try to keep it together for him.
You tried to keep his marriage together for
I
him?
tried.
By having sex with his wife.
I tried.
And then you said Paula was someone who wouldn't go away. Is that right?
Yes,
Isn't it true that you repeatedly called her from jail?
I did.
Isn't it true that you repeatedly sent her letters from jail?
I did.
Isn't it true that you asked her on numerous occasions to come visit you?
I did.
Isn't it also true that you asked her to send you things?
I did.
Books? Yes?
Yes.
Dictionary?
Yes.
Put money on your books?
Yes.
But you want the jury to believe that she was the one who wouldn't go away, right?
Oh, after.
That's argumentative.
As formed, it's argumentative.
So answer that.
You told this jury that she was the one who wouldn't go away. That was a lie.
Not true.
Eventually, when you continued calling and writing her, she told you she didn't want to speak to you anymore.
That is also
Correct?
true. That is also true.
And she never talked to you again.
That's true.
So she went away.
She did.
Did you also tell the jury yesterday that you didn't know that Viber was an encrypted app,
At first, when I first got the app, I didn't.
but eventually you knew it was?
Eventually, yes.
Same thing with WhatsApp?
I found out later it was encrypted also.
So you didn't know either of those things?
Not really, no. At first,
Not
no.
really.
No, at first I didn't know.
Who's Al Birdsong?
A friend of mine.
who did he work for prior to retirement?
Before he retired? You mean retired from where?
That's my question. Where did he retire from?
The only place he worked.
All for speculation, no foundation.
Sustained.
You said he was your best friend. When
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
Who did he work for
he worked in the Army.
after that?
He worked for TSA.
Through Homeland Security, right?
Then he worked Homeland.
And what was his area of expertise from the Army and the TSA?
TSA, I don't know what he did at TSA. I think he just watched. He watched people or something, or he checked in people. I'm not sure.
Wasn't his specialty intel, data analysis, communications devices, encrypted applications, things of that nature?
That was his, I think that was his Homeland job, but not TSA. There's a difference.
And you never talked to him about encrypted applications, data analysis, how the police could trace you, things
No.
of that nature?
Objection, that's compound.
It's overruled.
You didn't talk to him about any of that.
No.
So if he told that to law enforcement, he would be mistaken.
Objection, that's argument.
I don't know what he
It's
would
not.
say.
It's overruled.
Say the question one more time.
Sure. If he told law enforcement that, then he would be mistaken.
If he told law enforcement what exactly? What's that part?
That the two of you discussed encrypted applications, how to hide things from police, intel,
Okay, gotcha.
data analysis, DNA, how to destroy DNA evidence, how to get away with crimes, trackers, things of that nature.
That speculation and hearsay with no foundation that he told.
Overruled.
I never had that conversation that I remember with him. I never had it with him.
Right after the murder, you said you were going to go to Las Vegas, but then you didn't go to Las Vegas. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I were to tell you that your vehicle was tracked to Las Vegas along with your cell phone, does that refresh your recollection?
I did go eventually. I just didn't go immediately.
And where did you go when you went to Las Vegas?
I stayed at his place.
And when you drove to Las Vegas, you drove through the night, correct?
I think so.
And in the morning, when you arrived in Las Vegas, where did you meet Al?
I think I met him at his house.
Didn't you go downtown to his office?
Eventually.
Isn't that where you met him that morning when you came in?
I went to his office, but it wasn't that morning.
Did you tell Al that you fucked up when you committed this murder?
No.
Did you tell Al you fucked up because you cut your finger and that the only thing you could find was vinegar, no bleach, to clean up DNA at the crime scene?
No.
You didn't have that conversation with him.
I don't remember that conversation.
I think you also were asked by Mr. Levine if you and Al and Monica had sex, and you said you don't know.
I didn't. No.
You didn't what?
I didn't have sex no.
The two of you didn't engage in three-way sex?
No.
Didn't Al Birdsong come to Los Angeles in 2016?
Probably came a couple of times.
And you brought him to LA Fitness,
Yes.
took him out with a bunch of your friends from LA Fitness,
Yes.
did the same thing with Chris Austin.
Yes.
And when you and Chris Austin would go to Las Vegas and stay with Al, did you guys call those family meetings?
Sometimes, yeah. We call them that.
And when you introduced Al to your friends at LA Fitness, you also introduced them to the defendant, right?
If she was there.
Correct?
If she was there, yes.
Do you remember him staying at a hotel in Hollywood?
He stayed in a hotel. I don't know if it was Hollywood or not. I can't remember. It was somewhere downtown.
Do you remember going out with him and the defendant to play pool?
I do remember that.
And then did the three of you go back to his hotel room and have sex?
No, we went back to the hotel room to relax and watch some TV.
The three of you did not have sex.
No, not the three of us, no.
And what about in Las Vegas? When you went to Las Vegas with the defendant after you murdered her husband, did you guys again hang out with Al?
Yes.
And you guys were staying at the Aria, right?
I believe that was it.
Okay. And who paid for the room at the Aria?
I think she paid for it.
Okay. And when you stayed at the Aria, you and Al hung out with Monica in a cabana, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you and Monica and Al have sex in a room at the Aria as well?
Not us three, no.
No.
Not
So
us
again,
three, no.
if Mr. Birdsong remembers that, he would again be mistaken.
Objection calls for speculation, argumentative.
Overruled.
Say that one more time.
I think I was pretty clear.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's argumentative.
You can just repeat the question, please.
All right, I have to. Did you and Al Birdsong and Monica have sex for the second time in Las Vegas at the Aria?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence there was the first time.
It's overruled.
I was about to say that. Yeah, there was no first time, and no.
Okay. Did you have watched while Monica engaged in sex with other men while the two of you were in Las Vegas?
Well, no, not lots. No.
No. Okay. You said that when you and Monica would get together to see each other all throughout 2016, it was very random. Correct?
Oh, it's a question? Yes.
And that was dependent on when she was free,
Yes.
correct? Which would be every day when Fabio went to work, correct?
I don't know. I don't know a schedule like that.
Well, did you see her almost every day?
Nope,
Okay.
I didn't.
And how often would you say she came over to your apartment?
Anywhere from twice a week, 3 times a week, to not coming at all.
At all?
Yep.
Sure. You knew when Fabio would be traveling because the defendant, Monica, would send you his travel itineraries that she received from his secretary, right?
She would usually just tell me most of the time.
She ever send you his itineraries?
She might have once or twice, maybe once, twice, I don't know, but usually she just let me know he was leaving and going out of town or something.
So you're saying only once or twice?
That I remember. That I remember. That I remember.
So it could be more.
Or once or twice.
Could it be numerous times?
Could be anything. I don't remember.
Could be anything.
Could be once or twice that I remember. The rest I don't remember.
Okay. So basically what you're telling the jury is you don't remember her sending you Fabio's itineraries when he would travel more than once or twice.
Objection has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
So most of the time she told me the itinerary. Most of the time. She just told me when he's leaving and when he's coming back.
So that the two of you could plan around his absences, correct?
Correct.
And on one of those absences or business trips is when you slept over, right?
Yes.
And you told us that you got really drunk. And that's why you had to sleep over.
Couldn't drive, yeah.
Do you know somebody named Ron Ray?
Yes.
He was also one of your very close friends, correct?
He's just a friend of mine. He wasn't close, but he's a friend of mine.
Didn't you send him messages through your Facebook account telling him how much you loved him and Michelle and that they were family to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
So
a good
is-
friend. He's a friend, but he's not my best friend. He's a good friend.
And did you bring Monica there to introduce him to Ron and Michelle?
She met him.
You brought her to their house,
She met him.
yes?
I think it was her house. But they met. I don't remember where, but I made sure they met.
Do you remember going to Las Vegas towards the beginning of February, just maybe a few days after the murder?
You talking about me by myself?
Yes, you.
Okay, yeah, probably. If I was in Vegas, I went to go see him.
Okay. So they were good friends of yours.
Yes.
Okay. So every time you would go to see Al, you would also drop in and see Ron and Michelle?
No, usually.
Okay. And when you went in February, did you and Ron play basketball until late one night at the beginning of February?
I played basketball with him a lot.
So is that yes?
I don't remember. I probably did. I don't remember.
And during that time, did you then go to a sushi place across the way?
Probably.
Okay. It's right across from the gym there that you used to belong to, right?
Probably. This is all information I don't have in front of me, so I don't know. But I'm going to go along with it because that's what our usual thing is. Basketball and sushi. So, okay.
And so did you tell him that you and Monica were going to be living together soon, that it was in the works for the two of you to move in together?
That I don't remember. Might have been something along those lines, but I don't know if it was exactly like that.
Who's Michael Spence?
Michael Spence?
Yes.
Michael Spence is a childhood friend of mine.
And did you also message him about your relationship with the defendant?
I don't remember. I might have. If you have it, then I probably did, but I don't remember.
Did you also tell him at the end of 2016 that you and the defendant were going to be living together soon?
I might have.
So would it be fair to say that sometime in 2016 you and the defendant discussed moving in together?
Me and the defendant? No. Maybe me just thinking about it.
You just thinking about it?
Maybe me, yeah. It was in my head for sure.
Okay, so you're saying you and the defendant never talked about moving in together?
Well, we did, but no dates. We just kind of just toyed around with it just to see, but it was like nothing concrete or nothing like that. It was just like, what if we moved in together? What would happen? How would you act? You know, just things couples do.
So if you had told Ron Ray that you and the defendant were in the process of moving in together, would that have been true?
That was hopes, not truth. Hopes.
So again, you would have lied to him?
I didn't say it was happening. I didn't say it was going to happen. It was hopes. Wasn't.
Same with Michael Spence?
Probably. I don't even
Truth
remember.
or
I don't
lie?
remember that conversation.
Truth or a lie?
Can I see the text? I'll tell you.
I'll show you.
I'll show you.
Truth or a lie, sir?
Objective, argumentative.
It's overruled.
Can I see the text?
Can you answer the question?
Because I need to see what happened beforehand, what the conversation was beforehand. Because you're taking it out of
you like to know
context.
what the evidence is beforehand so that you can fit, again, your answer to the evidence. Correct?
This don't allow.
Correct?
No, you're incorrect on that.
So then we don't need to see the text. Why don't you just answer the question?
Because I need to see the conversation beforehand so I know how it, so I can answer
So
you
you know
properly.
how to answer. Exactly.
So I can tell you what's in my head during that time.
I get it.
Let me interrupt. Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. All counsel present, jury, and alternates are present. Mr. Baker is under oath. Mr. Silverman, you may continue.
Thank you. When did you download WhatsApp relative to the date of the murder? We talked about that you deleted Viber on the day of the murder, before the murder. But when did you download WhatsApp onto your phone?
I believe I already had it, but I'm not sure.
So let's say you didn't have it. Then when do you think you downloaded it?
I really think I had it already. I really think I had it already.
Could it have been the night of the murder at about 11:40?
I guess. I don't know. I really don't know.
When was the first time you remember you and the defendant communicating using WhatsApp, the second encrypted app?
I'm thinking maybe I really don't know. It's been a long time ago. I'm thinking we may have used it even before this thing happened, and then after that, weeks later is when I contacted her. But I don't know if I used WhatsApp to do it. I'm not sure.
Let's say I told you that you guys did not ever use WhatsApp until after the murder.
Okay. All right.
Does that help you?
Not really. Honestly, I really don't know. It's been too long ago.
I'm going to show you your messages with Mr. Spence that you asked to see.
Okay.
Remember this?
Sounds like my verbiage.
From your phone,
Yep.
right? You
From
see
my phone.
Rob Baker,
Yeah.
November 3rd of 2016.
Okay.
You're messaging him about the defendant, right?
Yeah. Do I list her by name by chance?
Bless you. And then, do you see here on the second page
Oh yeah.
where Spence asks you on November 3rd, y'all living together, and you said a year. You're answering a prior question where he asked you, at the bottom of page 1, how long you've been together.
Gotcha.
This is November again of 2016.
Okay.
You said a year, and then you said probably start living together in about 3 months. So you gave a very specific timeline, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I see it.
And this would be before the murder of Fabio, right?
Yes. It's according to the date.
But you're already telling Spence that you're going to be living together the beginning of February,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And you talk about her daughters that are going to be going to school, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, you're going to be sort of free and clear,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I see it.
And then on the last page, you said, now when I move into that spot, this place where you're moving in together, and then, or she moved in with me, and you always got a place to stay if I have room for sure, right?
Yeah.
And then Ron Ray, this is exhibit 206. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't know if I said, but the messages with Spence are in Curtis Davis's PowerPoint on exhibit 158. And this was pages 23 to 25. Moving on to exhibit 206. Again, messages with Ron Ray from November 12th of 2016. You recognize this?
Where's this from?
Again, do you recognize this?
No, I don't. Hang on.
You see this where it says Rob Baker?
Yeah, I do.
And it says, I've been with my girl for a year now.
Okay.
See that?
Yeah.
And then on the next page, page 2 of People's 206, he asks you, are you living with her? This is again November 12th of 2016.
Okay.
Remember that?
No, but I took your word for it.
And then he asked you to send a picture, right?
I don't remember.
Pic. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
I think what he meant is send me a pic, but he said she me a pic, and then you send this. Right?
Yeah,
That's at LA Fitness.
it is.
Okay. And then on the next page, in response to Ron's question, not living with her. Not yet. Right?
Yes.
So again, you told your friends, Micah Spence and Ron Ray, that you and the defendant were going to be living together soon, right?
Yes.
So at that point in time, you and the defendant in November of 2016, before the murder of Fabio Sementilli, you and the defendant were already making plans to live together, correct?
Just me.
Just you. So how were you able to tell Spence that it was probably going to happen in 3 months?
That's argument.
Overruled.
Even if I did accomplish this thing in January, there's no way we can get together and do this in 3 months. It's just bravado. That's just bravado guy talk. That's all that was.
Again, from 158, Officer Davis's PowerPoint. Recognize this number down here, 21327. Okay. And you had a few different Samsungs, right?
Yes.
You had an S4.
What is that?
A Samsung
Yeah.
S4.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah, I think so.
You had a Samsung S6.
Yes.
You had a Samsung S8.
Yes.
And Al Birdsong gave you one of his Samsungs,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
That you had in your phone as Al, right?
Okay.
That you took and used, right?
Yes.
That's a 702 number. I believe it ends in 2325.
I don't remember the number, but I remember the phone.
I remember it. So does that sound like the number to you?
Argument.
Yes.
It's this thing.
Looking at this document here, which is page 61 of Officer Davis's PowerPoint, do you see what's shown here?
It says WhatsApp registration after murder.
Yeah. You see that?
I do.
See the date?
23rd.
Yeah, you're a military guy. What time is that?
It's 11:40. 11:40 in the night. On the 20. Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it.
So that's the night of the murder, 11:40 at night. You registered for WhatsApp.
I do. I remember. I see that. I didn't even know that.
So is that just a coincidence that You and Monica deleted Viber from your cell phones prior to the murder or on January 23rd, and then that night at 11:40 you registered for WhatsApp?
Just in case she might text me.
So it's just a coincidence.
No, you're just going to text me because I know she used WhatsApp a lot. I knew that she used that a lot.
Well, let me show you something else. What if I were to tell you that Monica didn't register for WhatsApp until January 27th?
I swore she used that app a lot more. Long time ago. I don't remember. I'm telling you, I don't remember. But I know she used it an awful lot, WhatsApp, because she was telling me about using it from Canada with her family.
This is page 62 from Officer Davis's PowerPoint that's contained on the flash drive that we've marked as Exhibit 158. You recognize this phone number here at the bottom that ends in 4213?
I can barely remember it, but it's familiar. It's familiar.
Whose phone number is that?
I'm assuming it's hers. I'm only assuming. Monica's.
Right. Remember that?
I'm assuming it is, yeah.
You're assuming.
Yeah, I don't remember offhand anymore.
Well, let's assume you're correct. Do you see here the registration?
I do.
And what does it show?
8 in the morning on the 27th.
Now, you told Mr. Levine yesterday that you and Monica talked about her getting a divorce. Remember that?
Yes.
And you said you could tell she wouldn't.
Yeah, it's just my everything that I read says it wasn't going to happen.
Because you have really good instincts, right?
Objection, argument.
It's this thing.
You told us you're really smart, right?
Most of the time.
And so you had conversations with her about it.
We had a few.
Okay. And you could tell, based on your intuition or whatever you want to call it, that she wasn't going to get a divorce.
That was my feeling.
Okay. And you also talked about her family and why she couldn't get a divorce, right?
You mean we or me?
The two of you.
We touched upon it, yeah.
And you talked about the fact that her family loved Fabio, right?
Yep.
And that her family would never accept you.
That she did say.
Okay. And that you had been introduced to her mother, right?
Yes.
And you had been introduced to her sister.
Yes.
When was the first time you think you were introduced to her sister?
I believe it was on a racquetball court in LA Fitness.
When?
I don't know the dates.
Do you remember today, this morning, when Mr. Levine asked you if something happened during the holidays of 2016 that led you to make a final determination that you were going to murder Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that it was cemented in your head at that point in time that you were alone for several weeks during the holidays and into the new year?
Oh, I was without her, yes.
And so you didn't see her at all for several weeks. And that upset you?
Long story short, yes. But sporadic.
Okay. Would it be correct that because there were so many weeks during that holiday season that you didn't see Monica and that upset you, that you decided that you had had enough, that you wanted her for yourself?
That and a little bit more.
What else?
Well, I kind of like wasn't. I always worried about him a little bit because I just I just didn't want him showing up at my door one day because I heard he was kind of possessive. So that was a second reason, and that may be an issue. And he was a kind of a connected guy, and well known and well liked. I just didn't want him showing up one day at and who knows. So that was another issue that I had.
Well, he had never been convicted of any kind of crimes, right?
No, not that I know of. No.
I mean, we're talking about a guy, I'm sure Monica told you, that was beloved by everyone that met him.
I didn't know too much about him.
Really?
No, I really didn't know that much about him.
Didn't you tell law enforcement when you were arrested on this case, Detective Gable, Detective Tellis, that Fabio was a famous guy, and you wouldn't have done anything to get in the way of that?
That was after this happened. I found out how famous he was after it happened. I didn't know beforehand.
So before...
Your Honor, objection to comment.
Comment I see? Overruled.
During the entire year that you and Monica were engaged in this very, can I use the word obsessive? Would that be a fair word?
No.
No?
No.
So, would it be true that the two of you would regularly send pictures of each other
Yeah.
to one another?
Yeah.
Okay. Used, as we talked about, an encrypted app where you communicated, as you're aware, thousands and thousands of times back and forth?
I don't know about the count.
Really? Do you remember in Van Nuys, when you were initially arrested on this case, appearing in court on a couple of occasions in Van Nuys before you were indicted and the case was sent downtown?
I remember being in Van Nuys many times because of this case.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Levine in any of those overhears that were played for you, where you and Monica talked about the number of communications between the two of you with respect to what are referred to as overt acts in the charging document in this case regarding the conspiracy count?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's 255, page 2, Cyrase chart, showing the communications between October of 2015 and June 14th, the day of the arrest. 16,462 communications between you and the defendant.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's a huge number, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You sent her over 11,000 text messages. See that?
Yeah, I do.
The defendant sent you 4,800 messages. See that?
Yes.
Called you 400 times. See that?
I do.
See the total of messages between the two of you?
Yeah, I do.
Almost 16,000 messages and 577 calls?
Yeah, that's a large number.
So would it be safe to say, when I use the word obsessive, that that would be a fair characterization?
I guess to the normal person it would, but to me it felt normal, felt good.
So you're saying that you were worried about Fabio because he was possessive. That's what you thought, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted Monica to yourself, so you murdered her husband.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but yeah.
Okay. And yet, based on what we're looking at here, you also knew that even if you killed Fabio, she still was going to have 2 kids, right?
True.
Were you planning on getting rid of them as well?
No.
So you knew then that her time would still, to some degree, be taken up with her kids, right?
Yes, yes.
So that wouldn't solve your problem, right?
It would solve the problem because it was a little more to it.
Well, she told you that her family was never going to accept you, right?
True that, very true.
Yet, when you asked her to marry you, she said yes. Right?
Yes.
Family be damned. Right?
Yeah.
And didn't you tell your cellmate when you were arrested, as well as Paula McCullum, that you got to see the defendant pretty much whenever you wanted to?
My cellmate. I don't
Didn't
remember.
you say that? That it really wasn't an issue because you got to see Monica whenever you wanted.
My roommate, you mean?
In your cell when you were arrested on June 14th. Remember telling Monica that you knew at some point after that your cellmate was probably an undercover? Remember that?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. All right, I'm just trying to make sure I'm
Do you
trying to
remember
keep up with you.
telling people that you saw plenty of Monica?
Yeah, yeah.
And during the holidays, you said you didn't see her for several weeks, 2016 into 2017.
No, I said it was sporadic.
No, I think you told us that it cemented the idea to murder Fabio during the holiday season of 2016 through New Year's because she was with her family, and so you didn't get to see her at all for several weeks. Remember that?
It was because she was with him for a period of time, and I didn't see her a lot.
Okay. Oh, so now you just didn't see her a lot, but you did see her some then during the holidays.
I don't know how. It's been a long time, but I know why my head was the way it was because I didn't see her. I do know that. I just don't have a count.
What if I were to tell you that her sister told the jury yesterday that she and Monica and all the kids came to LA Fitness? They saw you. In fact, they played racquetball with you.
That's different.
Several days in a row.
That's different.
Okay. So you did see Monica during the holidays, right?
I'm assuming so. If she says that's what happened, then that's what happened.
And you were in constant communication with her over the holidays, right?
Yes.
And when Monica left after you murdered Fabio to go to Toronto for the various funeral services, the cremation, the church services, during that time period while she was in Toronto, you were still in communication with her, weren't you?
I believe so.
In fact, during that week, February 3rd through February 6th, isn't it true that she sent you numerous photographs of herself?
I don't know.
So if I were to tell you that she sent you numerous photographs of herself while she was masturbating and posing naked, showing off her private parts, and that she sent these to you during that week, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really.
But it wouldn't be unusual, right?
For her to send pictures?
Yeah.
No.
Even when she's burying or allegedly burying.
I don't know about the dates, so I'm just going to go by your word.
Yeah.
So I have no idea.
But that for you wouldn't have been unusual
For her to send pictures, no.
during that period of time.
It's her sending pictures, no.
Those kinds of pictures, sir.
Any kind of pictures.
So you don't think there's a distinction between a time when you're allegedly grieving and time when you're trying to be flirty or sexy or whatever you want to think.
I'm trying to figure out the question in here somewhere.
Call for an opinion irrelevant.
On those bases, it's overruled.
You don't think there's a difference? You don't think when someone's grieving, the last thing on their mind is sticking their finger in their vagina while they're...
Argumentative.
It's this thing.
Did she send you photographs of her penetrating herself with her wedding ring on her finger while she was in Toronto?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know because I'm not looking at the pictures and I'm not looking at the date, so I can't tell you. I don't have a photographic memory like that.
All right. Well, let me tell you, these people all heard about that yesterday.
Okay.
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's this thing.
So if I were to tell you that that evidence was presented yesterday and this jury heard about that yesterday, we'll assume it's true for the sake of my question, okay?
It's this thing.
Do you think that that would have been something that you would expect was normal in your relationship with the defendant?
Everybody agrees differently.
Sure. Okay. Now, didn't Monica also tell you that her friends also would never accept you?
She did.
Okay. And did that include the woman that you referred to as Busybody Debbie?
Never met her, but I heard about her.
Oh, you did meet her, though.
I don't remember her.
So, after the murder, on the date of January 29th, so 6 days after the murder, do you remember going up to Victorville?
I remember going probably through Victorville.
Do you remember going to a T-Mobile store in Victorville?
Yes, I do.
And what was the purpose on January 29th of going to Victorville?
To stop in, get some food, and pick up phones.
What kind of phones?
Cell phones.
How many?
2 or 3.
For what purpose?
To keep and communicate with whoever I needed to talk to.
Okay. And so when you told us that you would always have an extra phone, would you agree that those are burner phones?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you went and bought these 2 or 3 phones up in Victorville, did you register those phones under your name?
No, it's a burner phone.
So what does that mean?
It means it's not in my name. It's just a made-up person.
So you made up a person.
Yes.
And so what name did you register these 2 or 3 phones under?
I don't remember. I just picked a name.
Like what? Give us an idea.
John Smith.
How about Daniel Jones?
Like I said, I don't remember. I told you that.
Okay. Does that sound familiar?
Probably.
And when you get a burner phone, what's the point?
To have a phone where if anybody's looking at you, they can't find you, they can't trace you.
And what did you do with those phones?
I planned on using them.
To communicate with who?
Anybody who I wanted to stay away from this whole thing with. Because I figured they're going to be listening on my phone eventually, so I'm going to use this phone to stay offline.
Well, there were more than one, you just said.
Yes.
So you're going to use multiple phones.
Yes.
And how are you going to communicate with Monica after the murder?
Oh, after the murder? Well,
We're talking about January 29th when you went up to Victorville and you bought more than one burner phone.
just in case I opened up some type of communication with her, if I can even communicate with her, I just wanted an extra phone just in case so I can talk to her if she's even able to talk to me.
So what do you mean?
I don't know. What do you mean? What do I mean?
Well, did you give one of those phones to her?
Eventually.
How about that night?
I don't know. I'm telling you, this is 8 years ago. I don't remember all this stuff. You have all the info in front of you. I don't know.
So you went up to Victorville, as we said, on January 29th, and you purchased some burner phones under fake names, correct?
Yes.
And then later, did you come back to the Los Angeles area that night?
I think so.
Okay. And do you remember where you went?
No.
You remember going to the wake after the funeral service at Monica's house?
Was it that same day? I don't know. I remember going to some kind of get together for the family.
And you were the only one there that wasn't family or close friends of Fabio, right?
No, there was other people who came with me.
Who?
Well, Ricky, I said this before.
Yeah, that was a different night, sir.
Really? I don't remember going to that house that day. I only went there once.
Okay. You remember going one evening with, after racquetball, coming to the gym saying that you weren't working there anymore, and then you and Matt were going over and you tried to get Sheila and Ricky to go with you over to the house?
That's the same day.
Yeah, what if I told you it wasn't?
That means my memory.
Sustained.
That means my memory is really gone, because I really thought it was the same day.
Okay. So the night that you came back from Victorville, do you remember going to the memorial get-together at the Sementilli home?
That's the same day, right? That's the one I'm thinking was. It's got to be the same day.
Okay, let's say it wasn't. Do you remember going to the memorial at the Sementilli home?
I remember going to something where there was a gathering of the family.
Family,
I remember that.
friends of Fabio.
Yes.
And you weren't either.
Say that one more time.
You were not either.
Well, that's argument.
Sustained.
You weren't friends with Fabio.
Oh, no.
You weren't family.
No.
Okay. And that night, did Monica's mom tell you you should leave?
She did after a while, but I wasn't alone on that.
Showing you People's 46. You recall this night?
That's the same night we've been talking about. Yeah, that's the same night we've been talking about. That one to the house.
See the bandage on your left index finger?
I do.
That was related to the murder, right?
That was related to the hit and the murder.
The murder.
The hit and the murder. The racquetball hit and the murder.
And the
Same
murder?
Huh?
And the murder, you said?
I'm sorry? It's overruled. It's overruled.
Yes.
The knife that you used. What kind of knife did you use to stab Fabio Sementilli in the neck?
It was some kind of hunting knife.
Some kind.
Some
Like what?
kind. I don't know the name of it.
How long was the blade?
Maybe 8 inches, maybe.
An 8-inch blade, bless you. Yes?
I'm guessing. I didn't measure it.
Well, you were in the military. You can approximate, right? You know the difference between various types of knives, right?
Sometimes.
It's overruled on all.
I didn't measure it, so I don't know. But it was kind of a big knife.
Okay. Big knife.
Kind of, yeah.
Folding knife?
No.
Fixed blade.
Yes.
Hilt?
Yes.
If there was a hilt, you wouldn't have cut yourself, right?
Objection calls for confusion, speculation.
It's overruled.
What's the point of that? Having a hilt on a knife?
For me,
Yeah.
to keep you from getting cut
Right.
and to get a better grip.
Right. Because
Okay.
your hand won't slide when it gets bloody and slippery, right?
Yes.
This knife didn't have a hilt, right?
Which knife?
The
one
knife
with-
you used to murder Fabio Sementilli.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a different knife now.
What other knife would we talk about, sir?
I don't know.
We're here to talk about what you did.
Yeah, I'm
right?
trying to help. I'm trying to get to the end of this thing. So yeah, let's continue this on. Let's continue. So I don't remember if it had a hilt or not. I just remember it was a bigger knife. I didn't study it.
Showing you People's 45. You recognize this?
I recognize me and her.
Sitting together,
Yeah.
right next to where Fabio was slaughtered.
Okay, I'm listening.
Is that right?
I see myself and Monica.
Is that the same area?
It's this patio. It's the same patio.
Is it actually sitting right next to where you slaughtered Fabio Sementilli?
Or I killed him. Yes.
That night, when you came back from Victorville, did you give Monica one of the 2 burner phones?
No,
You did not.
I did not.
Okay. When did you see her next after January 29th?
It was later, way later.
How much later?
I don't remember. Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. I don't know. It was some time.
Weeks.
I'm guessing. It felt like weeks. Felt like weeks.
Showing you People's 218. You recognize what you see here? First page.
Looks like an account information.
January 29th,
Yeah.
the name Daniel Jones,
Okay.
a ZTE flip phone.
Okay.
Do you remember purchasing a ZTE flip phone as one of the burner phones?
It's a flip phone. I don't remember this model.
I'm sorry?
I said it was a flip phone. I don't remember the model. I don't remember all these details. You got all this information in front of you. I don't.
Well, you asked for it because you said if you saw it, you might be able to remember, so I'm showing it to you.
Okay.
So showing you now People's 150. Do you see the ZTE flip phone?
I see a phone, a flip phone.
Yeah. Is that the one you purchased?
I don't know. I'm assuming it is, but I don't know if it's that one.
Do you recall giving this name and this fake address, Panama City, California?
I probably did. I just don't remember the information, but I probably did.
Showing you the second page. On that same date of January 29th, a second phone, same address, same fake name, this time an LG stylus phone. Is that the other phone you purchased?
Probably.
If I were to tell you this is a photograph, page 3 of People's 218 of the LG stylus, does that look familiar to you?
It could have been the same one. I mean, it could have been the same style phone. Probably was.
But you're saying you didn't give Monica the phone, the ZTE flip phone that we see here in People's 150, right?
Correct.
So do you know how she was able to get it to take with her to Canada 2 days later?
Was it 2 days later? It can't be that soon.
So I know you said you couldn't remember. It's fair. It's been a lot of years. You wanted to see photos. You wanted to see documents. I've shown you photos. I've shown you documents. Does this refresh your recollection that you went to the wake that night in order to give the defendant this burner phone?
No, I didn't give her anything
Okay.
that day.
So
I know
how did
that for
she
sure.
get it to take with her to Canada 2 days later? Because you said you didn't see her after
It
this
didn't.
night for weeks and weeks.
Something's wrong here.
Yep.
Something's wrong. No, at the wake or whatever that was, I didn't give her anything. And I remember leaving to go back to Vegas for a while, but I didn't leave a phone.
You said you bought it for her, though, right? You said you bought a burner phone, an extra
Well,
burner phone. so you
I
could
bought it
communicate with her.
intending to giving it to her eventually somehow, but it wasn't. I cannot remember. I really can't remember. I really can't remember. I really can't remember.
Okay. You recognize this phone, though, right?
I reckon. I know I got a phone. I don't know if it's that phone or not, but I know I did get a phone.
And then you recall when you and Monica were in custody talking to each other about the ZTE flip phone. Remember that?
No, I don't. I don't remember.
You don't remember talking and trying to get your story straight as to her saying that she happened to find this phone in her garage
I don't remember.
just before she went to Toronto in June of 2017, which would have been...
There's a question in there somewhere. I'm just waiting for it.
I'm counting in my head and I'm bad at math. I only do statistics. 4.5 months later.
As far as the conversations, I don't remember the conversations. I don't.
Well, if we heard you on tape last week talking about the ZTE or the flip phone, and her telling the police that she found it in the garage. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
No, it really doesn't.
All right.
Council, let me interrupt you. We'll take our adjournment this time for the weekend. We'll next meeting session Monday at 9 a.m. The admonition applies as always. Today's Pie Day. Whether it's banana, chocolate, or sausage and pepperoni. Have a good Pie Day.